I'm seated so that we can sort out a few things. Volunteers, na ningeomba watatu tafadhali kwa haraka. Thank you very much.
Lying looking at the moon, emotional, devotional.
Hey, what's up everyone? This is Sniper Tande aka Sana, and when I'm not on set acting or in studio singing, I'm hanging with the music.
The two has much more compared to yesterday. I like the hype for today. So yeah, I'm excited for today.
Tell us what to expect at your tent.
Our tent is right over there. We are the Action Foundation. So at our tent, we are exhibiting some programs that we do enhancing the livelihoods of girls and women living with disabilities. So right now at our tent, what we are showcasing at Pwani Innovation Week, we have a program called Ibuka Girls in STEM, which is a mentorship program for women and girls living with disabilities in different schools. We are implementing it as an organization, but then we're getting support from the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, and also from Google. So we are implementing the program in 30 schools in Kenya, going through topics like mobile app development, robotics, scratch programming, and then like using hardware to integrate in technology. Just trying to, you know, come up with a plan or like a lesson curriculum that is inclusive, you know, for all students. Just think of a situation where you're in a class and you have students who are abled differently. You have maybe like a visually impaired student, you have a physically impaired student, and then you have just like a normal kid. So how as a teacher can you be able to like come up with a lesson plan that is, you know, innovative for everyone? Because like we do community STEM programs and it's really hard, you know, to like really be able to like teach everyone what they are doing, you know. So just trying to come up with that inclusive curriculum that going to help all the kids that are learning in classes.
How has the experience been so far? Because I cannot, I have been to a disabled class before, and I have seen the work they have been doing. It is very simple and very complex. And now you're telling me about technology and innovation and robotics. What is that? Why?
This is what I can say. I think, you know, like from the widest perspective, we say that girls, you know, many people make like noise about girl empowerment, but then think of a situation where now you're a girl or a woman, but then you're disabled. So then like everything is just not on your side, because like it's not like you're normal. You have things that are affecting you. You're more likely to face like gender-based violence and such things. So now think of that person. They are grown and then probably they're getting into like careers, they're getting into work, and then they're able differently. So you find that most of the times girls and women living with disabilities, they're not able to like access opportunities equally as the others. Then them being disabled affects them in such that they are more likely at work, you know. If ask girl the ability, they're now growing up, so them they need to see people living with disability, they're now growing up, so them they need to see people living with disability, they're now growing up, so them they need to see people living with disability can know that we can do these things. It's not like we have not STEM education, because it's inclusive. It allows you to like see, like for like in Kenya right now we are using the competency based curriculum. Yes, it's there, but then imagine you're doing scratch with kids, but then you have these students who are there, they are learning, but then you need other resources so that everyone now can understand what you're saying. So using things like robotics, you know, they're very hands-on. It's not like a normal class where you have a teacher on the blackboard, they're there instructing something. So you find that kids who are able differently, they actually need classes that are very hands-on. Because like I can give for example, like we have kids who are hearing impaired in our classes, and it's really hard for them to like concentrate when you're there teaching in from, like their concentration is just not with you. Yeah, so you find that when you now bring in like a Lego kit, you know, you have like everything going.
A Lego kit.
Yeah, a Lego kit. that is not robotics now. So when now you bring in, and then they can see the different colors, they can see their things that they're supposed to join. So now they already have the attention. Now they can do what you want them to do. So now you just have to like guide them. So maybe you're introducing concepts in physics. Now they can be able to now understand, but then from a different perspective.
So you're only dealing with girls?
Yes, right now, because it's a pilot program that we are doing. We are currently doing it in 30 schools, and we are to reach 3,000 girls and women in Kenya. So we want to try it with girls and women so that we can see if it can work. Then after the 3 years pilot, then we are able to like give feedback to people like the Ministry of Education, and we are like, yes, it has worked. We have done it in 30 schools. The girls got it, so now we can expand to like all the schools in Kenya. So yeah, it's just up. We are just starting. So yeah, we're hoping to include everyone maybe further on.
Okay, in a paternal, community, I would have thought, or most of us would have thought, maybe you could have done the pilot, start with the boy child first.
No. I think for us, I think maybe it starts with the mission of our organization. We like purely work to empower girls and women who are living with disabilities. So it was like, yes, you will have to start with them, but then because we still have other programs, this just mentorship is just like one part of what we do. We have other sectors like Tunza, which is a healthcare program, and then in that one there's no choosing, everyone is part of it. And then we have another part which is called Somesha, which is now education, working to get education resources. So yeah, it's just that these are specifically we're working girls and women, but then we have other things that we do with men and like everyone involved. Yeah.
Exciting women, also girls, in disabled girls living with disabilities in politics.
Yeah.
When did you start?
The organization started back in 2010. Our founder and executive director is called Maria Omare. So she started the organization back in 2010. She started it when she was actually a volunteer. She actually started as a volunteer for a sports program. She was in volleyball in campus. Then they were working with a program where they were empowering kids living with disabilities. And then she got to experience what it was like for them. You're an outsider, you're then working with these students. So her being in that situation actually led to now the birthing of the Action Foundation. Yeah, so we've been in Kenya, and it's Kenyan owned. So yeah, we've been working since 2010. Yeah.
You with the Ministry of Education and the group, that's been for you?
I think it has been exciting. It has opened up our opportunities.
Was it that easy?
No, it was not, and still not easy. This is the government we're talking about, and but then I think it gives us an edge in terms of, when you go to schools, all schools in Kenya, they are the governments. All these schools are owned by the government. So it's really hard, you as an organization going to a school, and then you're like, we have this program that we are doing. Yes, we are doing with Google, but then the question that all comes back is, does the government know that we are doing such a program? Yeah, so you find that it's really hard when you're an organization from the outside for you to get buy-in from like the administrators in education. So you find it's much easier like the support from the Ministry of Education, because you already have like that official nini from the Education Ministry. You can be able to like assert, yes, we are coming with the Ministry of Education. It's legit. Yeah, we can actually do it. So yeah, it has not been easy, but we thank them for the support, because it has really enabled us to like implement the program very easily.
Thank you so much for your time. That is so interesting. I can't wait to do a story specifically on that. Yeah. We will. Please, if you are here, please let us go and visit their booth. Today, I am here at Safaricom stand, and definitely speaking. Hi, we are good. Maybe you just introduce yourself and tell us what to expect right there.
Yeah. My name is Anwar Ahmed. I'm the County Chief Officer for ICT. This is an amazing organization. Today, the Pwani Innovation Week is where we are actually seeing different kind of innovations and different kind of vendors. This is a 10 to case, why can't to prepare these innovators at an early time, yeah? We don't have to wait until you reach at high school or you reach at secondary school. That's the time when you say, please, can you think of innovation? We have to prepare them. And this program targets kids of 4 to 6 years. And if complete, we are going to empower 30,000 young learners every year at the county government of Mombasa. We have actually trained the
kuna nyingine wachache.
Changanya kila kitu mpaka nikole. Mini wako kila siku nipokee. Jua kweli nakupenda mama, siwezi kukuigizia drama. Vicheche na wakatalia sana, na nafurahia pia unabania wana. Wazawaka wanasema hunifai kabisa, wanatamani nikuache kwa visa. Wengine wanataka nikukuze kanisa, ila mchizi nimegoma sikuache kabisa. Wendo mama Kaila, of course mindo baba Kaila. Amini wendo mama Kaila, achana nao na kufuata wote ni mataila. Tena wambie watu wache tulale, ene watu sijingia chakache kwa na wale. Ona nayo kerewa 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 basi wala nipa wasiwasi kapotoka nafsi moyo na kasi bize basi wala nipa wasiwasi kapotoka nafsi. Kumbe ni kichwa kinamuma kishalewa, anajipoza na maji na mimi hata muda sina. Nishamkanya ninasikiza mamelody, nishamwambia nini wewe kupenda sana utakuwa cheza. Hayana ujuzi yawe, kila mtu analilia mapenzi. Karibu chama la bachela, ukinipenda namaliza leo leo tu. Siku hizi kwa kudanganyana mvulana msichana ishakuwa poa poa tu. Hakunaga mapenzi yale ya kugandana, ni zama za kale. Mari on the table yawe, kinatufuata ni mimi na wewe na wewe. Single boy, I am a single boy. Single boy, you're not a single boy. Single boy, me now a single boy. Single boy, single boy. Who the single boy? Single boy, who the single boy? Single boy, me now a single boy. Single boy, single boy. Who the
umemkuta analia kajilaza sababu amechoka mengi amevumilia yalongoza anataka kuondoka ana siku ya pili sasa hajarudi nyumbani kulala namwonea huruma sana haya mapenzi haya na maana karibu chama la bachala ukinipenda namalizana leo tu siku hizi kwa kudanganyana fulana msichana shakuwa poa tu hakuna za mapenzi yale ya kugadana ni zama za kale money on the table now inachopata ni mimi na wewe
You come here, come the look. I beg you wrong, go stay for back you. We not there for church. I beg you move, make you shake your body. Say make we party, say make we shy you. Say make we dance, shake your body. Oh, wonder, oh my sexy wonder. Pull me down, make I no press you. Plenty pressure, man, they face you. Wonder, eh. Oh my sexy wonder. Pull me down, make I no press you. Plenty pressure, man, they face you.
Very much, DJ Avery, thank you very much. Kindly let us take our seats. I think you can see that we are houseful now, and tutakuwa tunaanza wakati wote sasa. Kindly the team, volunteers, I would want you to ask Mullah's crew to be placed at a place where they are ready to go on stage, because it should be happening in a short while. Also, technical team, I expect that by now we are cool with Dr. Safia. Kindly, DJ Lenium, confirm if you are cool with Dr. Safia, so that we can be able to proceed without any technical issues. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Kindly put her on standby, so that when we start, you will free flow. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. I can see that. Thank you. We await the chief guest and the other guests and the entire delegation to be here so that we can officially start the program today. This is the second day of the Pwani Innovation Week 2022, and I'm glad that everyone is here. Tunaomba tena samahani kwa sababu tumeanza kuchelewa sana. Kwa hivyo tutajaribu kwa uwezo ambao tuko nao ili program iweze kwenda haraka. I know the temperatures are quite high for most of us, especially for the visitors. We'll try our best that we can make the program as short as possible and also very beneficial to all of us here. Nawakaribisha nyote, and I welcome you all today. Thank you. Stephanie, please kindly see me. Stephanie, thank you.
Check, check, check. Check. Check 1, 2, 2, 2. Check, check 2. Ah? Nikuwekea. Ni yeye. Check.
DJ
1, 2,
Everett,
2.
kindly play some music.
Check, check. 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 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Hey, hey, hey. Check 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Check 2. Check. Check.
Rukia, please. Rukia, kindly see me urgently. James, kindly see me urgently. James, thank you.
Na nimetuliza na daktari wa muziki DJ Lenium, kiboko yao DJ Lenium.
Chairman, CIO. Okay, thank you very much. We may have a few changes in the program. Kindly naomba mutatuia radhi, because we may have a few changes, even a few changes, maybe many changes in the program. Kwa hiyo mtatuia radhi. I'm waiting for a nod in another 30 seconds, then I'll give direction from there. Thank you very much. DJ, over to you. Just so maybe I understand, Richard Otto, is he in the house? Thank you very much. Mr. Anwar was here. Urgently, Stephanie, I need to see you urgently. Stephanie, kindly. Naomba nikuone kwa haraka. I would like us to be all upstanding for the national anthem. We can just sing. Stephanie, I think you can just go.
The show must
We can
go
just
on.
sing. Yes, please.
Asanteni sana, nimeona watu wakitafuna midomo. Naomba tukae. Esther Ingolo.
It's not that
I
easy.
think we need to
If there was an award
Yes.
for the person who has sung the national anthem, tungeenda nayo home.
You know,
Yeah?
kuna kitu moja juzi nilikuwa na watoto.
Yes.
Tunafanya auditions with kids.
Yes.
And so I asked the kids to sing the national anthem.
Yes.
And some kids said, the national anthem is boring.
Oh,
Eh.
okay.
And I'm thinking, okay. Na by the way hawako wanajua national anthem. Tuendelee Esther.
Okay. Sawa, sawa. Before it becomes a discussion. Thank you very much. Karibuni tena on the second day of the Pwani Innovation Week. Thank you very much for joining us. Once again, we apologize again for starting very late and also for altering the program. Naturally, tungeanza na speeches, of course, led by the chief guest, but he'll be here anytime now. So then, at this point, we have to start with the panel discussion. Stephanie?
So karibuni sana once again, and the panel discussion that follows is on public-private sector partnerships for economic resilience and regional growth, lessons from a pandemic.
Of course, this particular panel will be led by Hari Hare, the chairman CIO Africa, who I'd like now to request that he goes straight to the stage to be able to start.
Anashangaa.
Come on, Hari, we already did this.
Hari, umepatikana unawares.
Abana. Oh, alikuwa amefikiria anaenda kutoa gari.
Oh. Okay, your car is parked outside. Yes, so you can go on stage. Oh, it's a helicopter.
So we are sorry, helicopter is outside
Pole,
on the
Hari.
helipad. Thank you. You can proceed on stage, Harry. You can take the seat on either the other extreme or this extreme is still okay. Would like to call upon Richard Otto, Chief Manager Technology and Innovation, Ghana Water Company. Thank you very much, sir. Karibu sana kwa stage. Mr. Anwar Ahmed, the County Chief Officer, ICT. Thank you very much. Also, you can proceed on stage. Ben Roberts, Group CTO, Liquid Intelligence Technologies. Thank you very much, Ben. You are welcome on stage. And lastly, Frank Lehman, Head of International Relations, Bossa Digital Transformation.
Thank you so much. And Esther Ingolo, just to open up today's session, we have the chair lady of the board of Swahili Port Hub Foundation with us here today to address the delegation for Pwani Innovation Week Day 2.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Safia, tafadhali karibu sana and address the delegates. Asanteni sana.
We will definitely have the panel after Dr. Safia does the opening remarks. Thank you very much.
Organizations, our economies, and our societies. Such a society never needs to fear the future, for it's creating it every day. Innovation allows one the capacity to create wealth. Technological innovation is called the title of the book, The Lever of Riches. Why is innovation so critical? Because it is the raw material for the creation of prosperity and a better quality of life. Everything else is just reshuffling and redistribution of what we already have. Just as a lever dramatically increases the amount of force you can exert, innovation increases productivity, spurs economic growth, and raises the quality of life. All of us need to establish an innovation mindset. A mindset that sees innovation as something that everyone is capable of, as progressive renewal that goes in every activity of our daily lives. The duty to promote innovation falls on our hands as policymakers, funders, entrepreneurs, corporations, researchers, and other key stakeholders. New ideas are often not elegant, they're not pretty. It is not immediately clear how they will work or even if they will work. They need a positive mindset and persuasive energy behind them. We need advocates who can write and speak clearly, concisely, and convincingly. If you really believe you have uncovered a way to do something better or a new opportunity for your organization, you need to be persuasive as possible to put across and build support for it. We are where we are today because of the innovation and passion of those who came before us. As you're all aware, when COVID-19 pandemic broke out in 2020, much of the world moved online, accelerating a digital transformation that has been underway for decades. Children with home internet were able to access and attend class remotely. Many employees started working from home, and numerous firms adopted digital business models to maintain operations and preserve some revenue flows. Truly, the pandemic created a landscape for technological advances despite its disastrous effects. Due to its effects like limiting gathering of people and restricting in-person business operation, the pandemic forced us to adapt innovative ways to working and networking. The pandemic has greatly accelerated innovation and creative digital solutions. While these innovations demonstrate tremendous potential of the digital transformation, the pandemic has also accentuated the gaps that remain. The crisis has vividly demonstrated the potential of digital technologies, but still, some barriers have hindered embracing opportunities in emerging technologies. Embracing innovative ideas One major challenge we're facing today in our country is the youth unemployment. The overall unemployment rate is growing at an alarming rate. Amongst the unemployed, the youth seem to take up the largest number. Despite some having skills, the majority are still unemployed. One step in the right direction regarding how we can mitigate this problem is entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship plays a key part in the development of the digital economy and the creation of new jobs. In this era of digital transformation, many young people can explore existing untapped opportunities. Allow me to touch on a few challenges that have hindered youth entrepreneurship. One is the lack of knowledge on starting, running, and managing a business, be it online or offline. On top of that, many youth are not equipped with the necessary financial literacy skills. Another challenge is access to funds. Having e-skills and knowledge is not enough. You need capital and resources to start a business. Such capital would be expected to come in a form of a loan, but this is not always a straightforward process. Analysis of the World Bank Enterprise Survey data suggests that close to 68% of Kenyan enterprises have limited access to finance. Available loan opportunities are have tedious requirements, and the application process is quite long. In fact, most grassroots youth can't easily access them, and the offered grants are usually too little, considering the expenses incurred when setting up a business, especially as a group. Moreover, banks meet only part of SMEs' demand for capital. Loans offered could come with high interest rates of up to 18% or a high collateral requirement. Another challenge hindering youth entrepreneurship is unfavorable government policies. We urge both the local and national government to put in place mechanisms that make it easier for the youth to run a business. The high costs of registering a business and getting certification discourage many youth and SMEs from expanding. For instance, the introduction of digital income tax is crippling many youth-led SMEs that are operating online. SMEs are the backbone of the country's economy, constituting about 98% of Kenya's business sector and employs roughly 14.5 million Kenyans. We need to foster a culture of innovation and empowering youth entrepreneurship. But there is light at the end of the tunnel, which brings me to my next point. What is possible? What is different? and what opportunities exist. It is our duty to create the future we want by embracing innovation and new ideas. And the objective of Pwani Innovation Week is to highlight new innovative ways that we can embrace and employ to steer our economy forward. So, what's possible and what opportunities can we explore in the entrepreneurial sectors as innovators? One way we can create jobs and sustainable economy is by harnessing the potential of the blue and green economy. The blue and green economy is a low carbon, efficient and clean and healthy, sustainable, creates a clean and healthy, sustainable environment. It is based on clean technologies and renewable energies. The ocean, which is a natural resource given to us by God, plays an integral role in mitigating climate change. Research shows that the ocean can absorb up to 23% of the carbon dioxide emitted through human cause. The blue and green economy has a great potential to contribute to higher and faster GDP growth. The objective is to promote economic growth, social inclusion, and improve livelihoods. At the same time, it ensures environmental sustainability of the coastal regions, of the oceans and land. It also entails the use of sea and land resources to develop a sustainable economic development. Supporting innovation and growth in the coastal region could secure and deliver food security, energy, transport, among other products and services. This will lead to the development of smart, sustainable, and inclusive growth. By leveraging the blue and green economy, we can contribute to a strong and sustainable economic growth, as well as conserve our ocean and coastal resources, which means a blue economy and a green economy in the coastal region will support the climate change agenda, the climate action agenda, and improve livelihoods, create massive opportunities. There exist many opportunities for investment for businesses. Leveraging the climate action will also create inclusion of women and youth. It will increase the digital transformation. It will create employment opportunities and even promote marine and green education and research. The blue and green economy can support many economic activities, including fisheries, aquaculture, seabed, mining, coastal and marine tourism, marine biotechnology, marine transport, renewable energy, and even waste disposal management. Other than the blue and green economy, untapped opportunities exist with the transition to a digital economy, which would say ushered in the fourth industrial revolution. Technology and digitization is revolutionizing everything. The digital economy has the potential to enhance productivity, income, and social well-being. It is creating job opportunities in new markets and increasing employment in some existing occupations. Fostering new economic activities enabled by digital technologies is crucial to creating more jobs. Investment in data and digital economies is essential to support innovation, growth, and jobs in the digital economy. Through emerging innovation, diverse opportunities exist, and one of them being digital entrepreneurship, like I had rightly said. In an era where we're witnessing continuous and radical innovation, entrepreneurs are tasked with developing business ideas that capitalize the power of technology. Entrepreneurs have the opportunity to offer new products and services to consumers through social media platforms and use technologies like artificial intelligence to measure the impact and reach. Now, this is the time for us to take the necessary action, and I call upon all of you to embrace the new ideas and innovations from the private and public sectors to form solid partnerships that empower trade, economic resilience, and growth. It is time we value the contribution of our oceans and lands by having the right policies, investing in the best available science, data, and technology. Realizing the full potential of the blue and green economy also requires the effective inclusion of societal groups, especially women and youth in the local communities. The public and private sector must set clear, measurable, and consistent goals for a sustainable economy. And we must plan and manage and effectively use our natural resources, our coastal spaces, and land that exist. Another way to enhance capacity building is by developing partnerships that support efforts in emerging technologies. This calls for both the private and public sectors to play a key role in supporting new and innovative trends in the digital sector. Public procurement and public-private partnerships can stimulate ICT investments and digital adoption and help new digital markets to emerge. Entrepreneurship plays an important role in the development of the digital economy and the creation of new jobs. There is a need for policies that will empower building a regulatory environment in which businesses can thrive, with easier access to finance for innovative firms, lighter procedures for startups, and lower failure costs. Creative policies can also help promote more positive cultural attitudes towards risk. My message to you this afternoon has been simple and straightforward. The time is right for us to embrace innovation and emerging trends. We must act with the necessary energy to recognize the potential of the right people, the right actions to be taken right now. If we don't play an active
Uko wapi kibwana?
Technical team, I think we lost Dr. Safia? Okay, sorry for that. Kindly, can we clap for Dr. Safia, please? Thank you very much, Dr. Safia, for the opening remarks. And thank you very much for talking about the issues that are very necessary for this function today. Once again, Chief Guest, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs, Mr. Joe Musheru, karibu sana, and thank you for joining us. CAS in the same ministry, Ms. Nadia Ahmed, karibu sana, and thank you for joining us as well. The Executive Director, Swahili Port Hub Foundation, Mr. Mahmoud Nur, thank you very much for joining us. Chairman, Kenya National Chamber and Commerce and Industry, Mombasa Chapter, Mr. Mustafa Ramadan, thank you very much for joining us as well. All protocols observed. Thank you very much also for being here this afternoon. Chief Guest, with your permission, I would like to request that because the gentlemen seated at the panel were supposed to be doing the panel right now, I'd like to request that we have a bit of a change in the program and we allow them to finish the panel, then we can come back to that if you're okay with that. Thank you very much. Harry, over to you for the next panel, which is a panel about private sector partnerships for economic resilience and regional growth, lessons from a pandemic. Thank you very much. Harry, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Mohammed fed you breakfast. Good afternoon. Okay, thank you. Buenos CS, Madam Cass, karibuni. Menta, thank you for having us. And all the guests from Nairobi, stop thinking about the heat. It's all in your head. You'll be okay. Okay. So we have a very interesting panel about private-public partnerships. And this played a very interesting role in, at the middle of the pandemic. We saw how different private sector people worked with government agencies to save humanity, so to speak. And these private sector PPPs work very well because they sort of bring out the human aspects of development, where we quickly start looking at the bigger picture and the bigger common good, as opposed to just profitability or just say, we are government and therefore this is what we have to do. So I think this is an interesting discussion to have, and I have an interesting panel as well. People who come from both the private sector and government. So we will really go deep into it and have a quick discussion. We were supposed to have about 1.5 hours of discussion, but I think because Buenos Aires is here, I'll make it shorter. Yeah, the heat is hot. Eh? Okay. So maybe before we even go into the discussion, my panelists, please introduce yourselves so that people can know who you are, and also just start giving us some of your initial thoughts on PPPs. Starting from Frank on the other side.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Frank Lehman. I work for the Belgian Ministry for ICT. It has an awful name, so I call it Ministry for ICT. I'm in charge of international relations. That being said, about when preparing this session, I looked around in Belgian public sector who had PPPs contracted, and honestly, I didn't find any, surprisingly. But this being said, I don't think that we need a contract with the title PPP on top of it, because we do it every day. When we created the Ministry for ICT in 2001, we 2/3 of our staff came from private sector. Yeah, so it's in our genes to behave in a collaboration with the public and private sector together. So that's probably why we don't have contracts with the title PPP on it. We do have long-term relationships with certain companies for certain niche markets where we needed the expertise fast, and where we decided that it was not our core business to acquire that internally. And that's when you go for a partnership with a private company. So typically these kind of niche things, and I'm thinking here the launch of a Belgian EID card, certification authorities, this is basically not the core business of a ministry. So you need to go and get in the market that expertise, and you have it immediately, you have the competence immediately on board. So that's for me a much more interesting relationship, public-private partnership, where I can work on. Where is it successful? When is it successful? Well, when it's successful, when we understand each other's objectives. As a ministry, you need to understand that a private company needs to make profit, and you need to allow that company to make profit. And the private company needs to understand that we are not a standard private customer. We have other needs. And as soon as we understand that, then I think we have a good, sound, profitable PPP.
Okay, I'll come back to that to you on that, because I've got some other thoughts. Ben? First, who are you?
Oh, yes, sorry. Yes. Here I am. My name is Ben Roberts, and I am Chief Technology and Innovation Officer at the Telecom Group. We're the largest network of fiber optic and data center cloud across African continent. But yeah, I think we really, we have something in Kenya called PPP Act, as I understand it, which is an act of Parliament which describes how public-private partnerships
Good try there, Richard.
During the discussion, we'll take it out from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator. You know, yesterday I had a session at around 2 p.m. and I was told to speak both Kiswahili and English. But it seems today I will have to mix Belgium kidogo na Ghanaian kidogo. So thank you. Let me go back to the question. Of the PPP, but I know what I can be able to. Private partners from different parts of Kenya and probably any part of the world. So that is one of it. And as a county government again, that was it is a good experience that I mentioned this during the project which we initiated was a water desalination, but that did not go far. It's because of the procedures and the models which were not clear. So that is what I can be able to mention for Mombasa. But there are different perspectives. Number one, we normally know that as public sector, our main aim is actually either to deliver service, improve service, either can it be transport, security, or road infrastructure, or it can be an ICT infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Good, interesting discussions already. But then, listening to all of you, I'm beginning to wonder, do PPPs work in certain sectors and not others? or because listening to Frank from you've done several collaborations with private sector, but you're not really calling them PPPs. Listening to Ben, you mentioned one potential one example of a PPP. In Ghana, it looks like investment was a driver in terms of people coming together to build infrastructure and that stuff. Ahmed tells me that the bureaucracy and processes become a bit tiring. So are PPPs still effective in bringing people together, in bringing the collaboration? Or do we need to start thinking of other vehicles and remodel the whole PPP discussion? I want any one of you to answer that, or we can have several of you.
I would like to take this from where he ended. The experience they had with desalination plant in Mombasa, Ghana is actually experiencing a similar one. And the problem with structure is that, the private sector would like to invest. It's not a charitable venture. They want returns on investment. Because they want returns on investment, they would like to cushion any currency in which they do the investment. So for instance, what happened in Ghana, it was a dollar-denominated PPP. If you look at a dollar contract and then your economy is, Kenya is shillings, isn't it? Ghana, we use this. Your payback is in the local currency. It's affected by inflation. It's affected by exchange losses. So once you go through the process of what we call value for money, there's always a gap, finance gap, which they expect that you finance. The desalination plant that we went to was about $150 million. If you look at just the principal, to pay back that money after 25 years on monthly basis based on the service we have, by the end of the tenure of the project, would have ended up paying close to almost $500 million. So, if you look at PPP on this particular front, even though the company or the country didn't have resources to now pump in $150 million to build a plant, on the long term, the cost to the economy is so huge, the cost to the utility is so huge, and most private sector would not like to have their contracts in the local currency and hedge it maybe against inflation, because every shock within the economy affects their return on investment. And they are in for profit, and we are in for innovation, we are in for finance. So if the contract is done in such a way that the country is protected or secured against all the shocks, it will save the countries, it will save the company, and it will also make sure that the private entity that comes in there will get the right return on investment that they need.
I think, look, a lot of this thing around expensive investments and things needing people to come together. The money, the World Bank or whatever wants to put these kinds of people together because they know that when it comes to particularly ICT infrastructure, private sector is the one who can operate it, right? But it's not just about operations. Yeah, we see as a company, speaking from the company who's built the most fiber in Africa, we know how to build fiber in Africa. We know how much it costs. We know how to do it to the right design, at the right cost, to meet the needs that will bring a return on investment. We've worked that formula out. We've been doing it some time. Unfortunately, where we see sometimes some of these municipal projects and pointing at what Ahmed was talking, Anwar was talking about for Mombasa, there's a city in West Africa. It's not Accra, but it's close to where you are, where the county municipality decided to build ducts for fiber. Unfortunately, I don't know what special kind of, rare minerals they made the ducts from. But it's the most expensive ICT infrastructure anywhere in Africa that we've seen. And so when they come to then trying to get their return on investment, they have loans to pay. So they end up pricing, to buy a fiber through a duct or buy a duct for your fiber costs us 3 times as much as it would cost to build my own duct in Lagos. Sorry, I mentioned them. But, so we have to make sure that the value for money comes, right? This is what the financiers want to see. They want to see value for money in the construction and in the operations. The earlier the engagement can come about, the better. Vendors are good and they know how to sell equipment, but operators, whether they be operators of systems, they know what things should cost. So it is important to involve all the parties at the early stages to make sure that you get value for money, so you don't end up with overpriced projects that then might hold back development for a long time to come.
Yeah, I would like to give an example of what we did in Belgium when we created the PPP with a certification authority. We needed that service rapidly. We didn't have it on board, so we thought it was not our core business, so that the private company had to do it, but it was non-existing. So we spoke to the telecom operators and some banks, and we helped them creating a new company that would be the certification authority for Belgium. Now, as I said in my opening statement, you need to understand each other's objectives and needs. And their objective was, okay, I want to create it, but I want to be an independent private company that I can get other customers afterwards. So we helped them with that. So in the first years, we paid above the market price for them to be break even at a faster pace than we would normally do. And afterwards, we went back to attractive commercial prices. So you need to understand, you need to find your balance between public and private sector. And it's only then that I think you can have a long-term relationship in the PPP format.
So what did you say are the things that, so we have people in government here, we have private sector in the room. So what would you say are the 3 key things that people need to look at when structuring these deals? Because you see, at the end of the day, there has to be value to the government, there has to be value to the private sector. So what are the 3 or 2 critical things that people need to look at when structuring some of these PPPs? Yeah.
Well, again, understand each other's needs and be agile enough to respond to it. Yeah, it's normally not a standard way of working, so you will not fall in the standard commercial contracts. You need to accept that. You need both to be technically at the same level, I think, because otherwise there is no balance. And on the public sector side, I think long term, but I act short term. So I will have short-term contracts with them with the scope of a long-term adventure.
Yeah, I'd like to also add what the colleague has just mentioned. It is also, on the government side, it is also very crucial to do inclusivity, especially when you conduct a public participation, especially for any PPP. It is very important to include all kind of the citizens. For example, in Mombasa here, it is important to factor in the PWDs, the youths, and the private sectors. Another thing which we can be able to consider is the vision he just mentioned. We need to be able to set out the goals clearly. As a government, our aim is to improve services, empower generation and citizens, and for the private, it is actually money-making business. So it is important also to mention these categories. Apart from that, the technical expertise in any project management, in any PPP, there's a need to be able to involve who is going to manage the program at different levels so that it doesn't hang at some levels. Thank you.
So I think they've said it all. What I want to add is we've had 5 different experiences. The management contract bit, which is just management contract. We've had BOOT. We have, and then those of you who don't know, is build, operate, and then maintain and transfer. PPPs are supposed to be an enabler for sustainable government business. And the idea for PPPs are not bad. What he said, and the example he gave, is actually poignant. In a PPP arrangement, I think the critical element one needs to look for is that on the government side, the government needs to have the capacity, both legal and technical, because one of the problems we faced was that the legal arrangement was skewed, and because it's quite technical, we didn't have that experience to really know the nitty-gritties of the law on the side of government. So the legal advisor from the Attorney General Department did not really understand the strength of the private sector's legal team. So most of the parameters that were put in there were against us. So you need to have a very strong technical side from the government side. And then to balance it on the private side, that will also help to eliminate corruption. Because you see, corruption has become part of PPP attribute, which is not really good. Because in most of African countries, we try to do the right thing, but some people, through the process, would like to benefit in their pocket and their stomach through corruption. And then it ends up bloating the figures for PPP. So then the intention or the desired outcome of PPPs are not achieved. So the technical expertise, both on government side, on the other side, is critical. The legal environment is also critical. I've seen that Kenya passed the PPP law last year. Ghana, we did it 2 years ago. Before then, it was a process that existed at the Ministry of Finance that guided any PPP project. But once we set out the clear objectives and then define the scope for the element in there, having to know the unit cost of everything that you put in the PPP contract, it will help to protect the sanctity of any PPP arrangement to achieve the desired outcome.
I think what makes a good partnership, a friend of mine, a good friend of mine was a very early employee at Cisco, and he had the pleasure of working with John Chambers, who was the founding CEO of Cisco. And John Chambers used to say, what makes a good partnership is a shared vision, getting on with the people, and some quick wins. And then that's the 3 points of a recipe for partnership. And I think the same probably applies, but we have to, you know, governments change every few years. So, you know, we have to make sure that you've got a set window of time to institutionalize something that will be legally strong. So if the people change and the new government comes in, you have to make, you know, legal strength behind PPPs. But you know, some things that work well with us is working with power companies. We've worked very well across Africa with electricity companies. Anybody that's building long line infrastructure, if it's power or if it's pipelines or roads or anything else, you know, working very well with those to have the same sort of interest to try and use your infrastructure for the best. So, you know, I think, yeah, I think I'm going to end it on there. But you know, you've got to know what is it you're trying to do, and making sure you set out to achieve that and get it done in a certain time frame is the key.
Great. So, gentlemen, we've run out of the time that has been allocated to us. But I want you to answer this question while you're closing. And assuming that these people are not here, Yeah? It's just me and you seated in Kahawatungu or in a bar. Do PPPs actually work?
Yeah, there are as many answers as there are PPPs. Yeah, for me they can work if you behave at the same level towards each other and you understand each other's needs. That's all that is needed. So for me it can work.
Work. PPPs can definitely work. They can also go very wrong. So you've got to make sure you've got to make sure to have the understanding from the beginning, I think.
I also think that PPPs can work once you set up. So, as I was saying, that
Mr. Harry, if you ask me that question, yes, the PPP can work, but it is very important we pick the correct model. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Please give them a round of applause. We had a very short time to discuss a very intense subject, but I think we've managed to bring out some of the important things, and I hope that was useful to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for the panel, please. Thank you. And Harry, don't worry. You actually understood the assignment and did it as you should have done. Thank you very much to the entire panel as well. Richard Appiah from Chief Manager Technology and Innovation, Ghana Water Company, Mr. Anwar Ahmed, the County Chief Officer ICT, Ben Roberts, Group CTO Liquid Intelligence Technologies, and Iman, the Head of International Relations, BOSA Digital Transformation. Thank you very much for that very informative panel discussion. We will have another panel discussion later on, but right now I would want to go to the most important part of this meeting today. As earlier we had planned that we would have that, but because of a bit of hitches here and there and a change of plans, we had to reschedule that. So at this point, Chief Guest, I would like to kindly request that you lead the team. I'll call out the other team that you will lead, that will go to the podium so that we can have the part of the keynote speeches from the key partners. So tafadhali, naomba waziri katika Wizara ya Teknolojia, Uvumbuzi na Vijana, Bwana Joe Musheru, tafadhali uwe wa kwanza kupanda katika jukwaa. Akae wapi? So ataelekezwa. Stephanie, kindly come and give me direction on that, where waziri will be seated. Thank you very much, waziri. Ningeomba Madam Kass, Nadia Abdallah, tafadhali uweze pia kupanda kwenye stage. Miss Fiona from Hawaii, thank you very much. Also kindly proceed to the stage. We have a representative from Safaricom who is supposed to be on stage as well. Kindly, the representative from Safaricom, I do not have a name, so I'm assuming that they are aware they're supposed to be up there. Thank you very much, sir. Ambassador to Belgium, kindly, you can also proceed to the stage. I also am requesting for a representative from the representative from Konza. Kindly get me someone to go. Representative from Data Protection. Data Protection, thank you very much. Representative from the Media Council? A representative from the Media Council? Oh, the CEO himself is here. Karib sana, Mr. Omoyo. ICTA, representative from ICTA. Bwana CEO panda tu, utapata mahali kwa kukaa. Thank you. Representative from ICTA as well. Thank you very much. There's enough seats for everyone. Kindly technical team, I need the stage to be okay. Kindly the microphone to be fine. And lastly, I would like to request the Executive Director, Swahili Port Hub Foundation, Mr. Mahmoud Nur, to take over this particular session and take us through the keynote speakers from the key partners that we have today. Mr. Mahmoud, over to you as you take us through this particular session this afternoon. Thank you very much, sir.
Assalamu alaikum. God is good and all the time. Buenos dias. Your Excellency the Ambassador, all protocols observed. So I will moderate this session, and I'll be very brief because my chair spoke a little bit earlier, so I will not speak. So I just want to give 1 minute to some of our key sponsors. They are only, I'll start with Huawei, just to give them a minute, and then I want to give this session to our chief guest to open the session. So, Madam Fiona, if briefly, just a minute, you can talk to us.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Good afternoon. Honorable CS Jomasheru, CS Nadia Abula, and Mohammed, board member of Communication Authority, and the host, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Actually, it is my pleasure to join you today. First and most, I would like to commend the Swahili Port for organizing such an important event that seeks to not only activities. Huawei has always focused on cybersecurity as a core strategy, and we believe that in ensuring the security of our own networks, ensuring our products are secure for our customers to use, we must also work with governments, customers, and industry partners to address cybersecurity and privacy challenges throughout the country. The bootcamp was timely, especially at a time when more and more of our life and business operations take place online. And more important, research has shown that there is a gap in cybersecurity talent, so it is important to grow the quality and quantity of current and future workers skilled in cybersecurity. This will not only help businesses but also learning institutions have the skills and knowledge to ensure security within their networks and systems. As we transition into the digital economy and embrace new and emerging technologies, the ability to use digital technologies and benefit from the digital economy are becoming critical. We therefore are enhancing our support for training programs, whether it is for advanced graduates or existing engineers, or for youth or children at home. Last week, we signed an agreement with the Ministry of ICT to this end, witnessed by Honorable CS. Building on other agreements that we have, such as with the Department of TVS in the Ministry of Education. We are delighted that one of the signature programs, the DigiTrack, has been in the course training use for the last few months. This mobile classroom goes to remote areas and to areas with unemployed youth to provide essential digital skills, enabling them to not only use the internet to learn new skills, but also use the internet to find jobs, buy and sell online, and make documents, spreadsheets, and presentations online, which are critical to starting a business. This month, we have started a new initiative to encourage DigiTrack trainees to develop ideas on how they will use their digital skills. With our partners, the Ministry of ICT, Safaricom, Swahili Ports, and our NGO partners, CFSK and Close the Gap, we will work together to help those with the best ideas turn them into reality. To that end, the top 3 youths will get tablets, airtime, marketing support, and coaching. I would like to thank our partners for their support for this. I believe that together we will continue leveraging on the opportunities brought about by the pandemic to create a better future for our youth and the country at large. In conclusion, I also wish to congratulate all the winners in the cybersecurity bootcamp and DigiTrack innovation competition who will be awarded today later. Thank you. Asante sana.
I'll request the representative of Safaricom to be very brief. Today, actually, innovators, it means you don't need to develop an application for Android, iOS. You already have your platform. When you talk about the 4G, 5G network, it provides the rails on which you can actually innovate and build future use cases. What have we come to do at Mombasa? Number one is sponsorship. We understand the importance of this platform in terms of creating an enabling environment for our youth, but not only that, bringing ecosystem players from government to regulators, academia, tech hubs, corporates like ourselves, and that's why we're very keen to sponsor this event so that we can propagate this. Additionally, we've been running the hackathons, as has been said by my colleague from Huawei, and we've partnered. And the purpose of this hackathon is to encourage the innovation culture and habits. We are also here to mentor so that once you have your idea, you're able to patent it, create intellectual property for it. You're able to scale it so that it serves not only Kenyans, but the rest of the world. And also mentorship, because apart from the hard skills, we want to impart to about 1,000 young Kenyans bodies, tech hubs who are represented, and we're actually going to do a tour of tech hubs on the
create that enabling ecosystem so that we really power innovation. Part of our team is also doing a campus caravan around Mombasa, and we are seeking to actually roll out digital curriculum within the universities, and we're in talks with the county government to see how do we scale this. Do we leave innovation just at Pwani Innovation Week? We are very keen to see how do we propagate and sustain it beyond Pwani Innovation Week. So really excited to be here. We'll be presenting the winners of the hackathon today, and really excited to see, can we get the next big thing after M-Pesa from Pwani Innovation Week? Thank you, and thanks for having us at this event, and we're looking forward to doing many more. Santeni, God bless you.
Just before I hand it over to give a few minutes to the Chamber of Commerce that we've been partnering with, I will have the CEO come briefly just for a minute, because I've seen the chairman just stepped out going up there. But I also want to recognize two other partners. They might not necessarily come up here. That is Communications Authority of Kenya, which I also represent, so they should not worry much. Dr. Mugeni, you're well represented on this side. And Close the Gap. But Close the Gap, today Team Belgium is being led by the ambassador, who will also speak and probably recognize Frank Lehman, who came all the way from Brussels. So CEO, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mombasa, Kitavi, dakika moja tafadhali.
Thank you very much, Mahmoud. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Waziri. On behalf of the chairman of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Mustafa Ramadan, we are excited to be partners in this year's Pwani Innovation Week. And we hope that from this Pwani Innovation Week, we'll be able to get innovators coming up with solutions that we'll be able to offer modern and local businesses solutions to some of the challenges they face in their day-to-day operations of their businesses. And we look forward to interacting with you as we engage more during this particular period. Thank you very much.
Asante kwa kuwa very brief. Professor Bitange, karibu tena. Najua tuko na session yako in the afternoon. So I will take this opportunity now to invite the Belgian ambassador to Kenya, who actually went to school in St. Mary's with our head of state. I don't know whether they were classmates or desk mates. So karibu bwana ambassador.
My text says good morning, but it's actually good afternoon. I'm sorry. It's a real pleasure and an honor for me to be here at this amazing event. Thank you very much, Mahmoud, for inviting me, and thank you very much, Minister, for allowing me to speak. Belgium is a diverse nation, as you know, and always has been. Our very existence is based on creativity, consensus, and collaboration. And isn't that exactly what Pwani Innovation Week is all about? Connecting, collaborating, creating a common purpose, and partnerships. A couple of days ago, I had an interesting conversation with a colleague. We were talking about how we see our relationship with Kenya evolving. He mentioned that we need to change and adapt and form a new kind of partnership with countries like Kenya. And I agree. The kind of relationship we have had for many, many decades, I think, is actually no longer tenable or justifiable. I know what I can bring to this kind of a new partnership. I know what I think we can offer in terms of knowledge, resources, expertise, or capacity. But if this is to be a real partnership and not just us continuously repeating what we think our friends need to want in order to develop properly, we have to know what Kenya can teach us. And that is what an event like Pwani Innovation Week is also about. Learning from each other at all possible levels. Kids on the street, mzees like myself, businesses, CSOs, governments. You know, I often talk to my compatriots who do business here in Kenya, and there is one thing that none of them can stop being in awe of: the creativity and the resilience of Kenya's young entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurship is often rooted in societal need, and the young people are best placed to identify that. That's why, for them, it doesn't stop when the finances run out. When there's a need, the enterprise carries on here. I mean, look, for example, at the perennial Kenyan success story, M-Pesa. It started as a way to manage microcredit reimbursement. Microcredit. Now, if any financial instrument was ever designed to address a societal need, microcredit is it. M-Pesa played into that process and grew from there. With creative minds, innovative bureaucrats, have you ever heard those two words put together? Courageous entrepreneurs and thousands of grassroots businesses all building this amazing tool that the whole world is looking at with jealousy almost, if not in awe. So again, resilience, creativity, courage, all in a tool that Kenya can teach the world about. And it's been around for half a generation. Let me show maybe another example. You've been funding entrepreneurs with what we call today crowdfunding forever. As Mahmoud said, some of you may know my story. My family lived here in Kenya in the 1970s, so I spent part of my youth here. And I remember the power of Harambee gatherings where villages and communities would come together and help the individual realize his or her dreams or overcome a problem or a tragedy. These days we do the same kind of thing, maybe a bit more anonymously, but with the same mechanisms that underlie that particular effort. We call it crowdfunding. So let's go back to that conversation with my colleague. We've been saying for decades that we are partners, but actually, for most of that time, partnership meant that we would decide what we would be willing to share and call it progress if you would emulate it. What I think is that there are very many things we can and must learn from your experience. Things that you are so much better in than us, because you're building strong and vibrant and resilient societies. Let's make sure that we can keep that kind of a partnership alive. Studies have shown that there is a direct link between nature and creativity. So a country like Kenya and a city like Mombasa must be home to many, many creative minds. And it is. Our job in the public sector, us ambassadors, but also us government entities, is to create the circumstances where those creative minds can thrive and grow and blossom. Everywhere. Not just in big cities, but in the smallest villages as well. And in that respect, fostering innovation and collaboration is one of the most important tools at our disposal. It's a central theme in this forum, in Pwani Innovation Week. While war is raging in Europe, while one country is invading another, if you want to be precise in the terminology, we must forget that the world is also going through one of the greatest challenges it has had to face in decades. The COVID pandemic has made us rethink the way we interact, the way we work, the way we create, actually even the way we live. In the thick of it, we ended up seeing only the dark side of our predicament. But surely at some point in the near future, we'll see some of the new things that we learned to do, as positive and worth pursuing. And for that, events such as this, at this particular time, can only be called visionary. So I can't express enough the pride I feel in representing Team Belgium in Kenya as a partner of your organization, Mahmoud. You can find innovation anywhere, but allow me to share one thought. Digital services, including web-based instruments, serve to promote and also protect human development and human rights. Digital transformation is a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it's a potent force that holds many promises of speed, ease, precision, comfort, cost savings, and even corruption prevention. But on the other hand, when applied without due regard to human rights and good development practices, it's a catalyst for a whole other set of gaps and dangers. And we're seeing that today in that conflict, war, that I mentioned a moment ago. We in Europe pride ourselves on the unique selling proposal of human-centered digitalization and are ready to share our experience with all. What I, as a newly arrived ambassador, am particularly happy to see is how this activity is growing, that the partnership we have been fostering for decades, and I know because I was fortunate enough to see its beginnings when I lived here as a teenager, is becoming stronger and more authentic by the day. I said it a minute ago, for too long we've defined partnerships as one party trying to impose its values and its methods on the other. Those days are over. Partnership today is a real partnership where working and interacting together means we can grow together and learn from each other. Let me finish again by saying how proud I am and honored to have been able to be part of this incredible event in this amazing space. Congratulate you, Mahmoud, and your team. I have another 3 years on my mandate here in Kenya, and I'll be watching you. I'll be watching you closely because you are nurturing the future of this country. And I want nothing more than for us to be your partner in this endeavor. Asanteni sana.
So I'll now thank you, Your Excellency. I'll now quickly invite our own CAS Kasnadi Abdallah to invite the CS. Karibu Kasnadi.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. Wait. Good afternoon. Are you guys hungry? You're hungry? That was a wrong question to ask. But anyway, I'm very happy to be here. And I think before inviting the CS, I'd just like to say thank you to all the partners, all the supporters who've come for Pwani Innovation Week. For me, Pwani Innovation Week CS is very personal because for those who don't know, I am born and bred in Mombasa at Old Town, just down there. And before the president, is the word poached, before the president picked me, Swahili Port as well. So Swahili Port is also very personal to me. For those who also don't know, I'm actually the youngest presidential appointee who comes from a Swahili community, which is very, very unique in Kenya. And so it's very important for me to appreciate His Excellency the President, but also the Cabinet Secretary, because of the immense support he has given me, the mentorship he has taught me, and the fact that he has enabled me to be able to come home and also support. Same goal. Thank you very much. And to all the partners and sponsors, all I want to say is you've seen so many innovations from young people. Please don't leave here just because you've sponsored. Take up some of these young people because they need the help and they need the support and they need the hope to know that they'll do better. Sawa sawa. So with those few remarks, I'd like us to put our hands together to welcome Cabinet Secretary Joe Musheru to come on stage.
Thank you very much, Nadia. Good afternoon, everybody. It's cooler up here, by the way. It was very hot when I was down there. I don't even know where to start. I'm actually very emotional being here for many reasons. You know, 2015, when I was appointed into this position, my first meeting with the president was actually here at State House, Mombasa. And so I came, and in fact, Ngige from CA, if you can stand, he looks different now, but when I saw him earlier, he had a suit. So have a seat. And I came in my suit and tie and went to see the president, and we're supposed to be talking about the digital literacy program. I didn't even know how to address him or approach. I'd just come from private sector, and it was a very interesting time. And you know, ordinarily in government, you have to wait. And so we took time to wait. And then I called the few friends I had, and mentor Mohammed was here. And he told me, you know, I'm doing something here at Swahili Port. I think it was Swahili Hub then, or, and I said, you know what, since I'm around, why don't I come and see it? And really, truly, the emotion is because of what I am seeing now. And I will describe the many things. But, as we go on, let me first recognize Frank Lehman. This is the Ministry of Digital Transformation in Belgium. Of course, the ambassador who has just spoken, our very own Professor Ndemo. He brought the first cable, and I'll tell you more about the history of where we are. Let me recognize Nadia as well. And then, of course, all these CEOs that you're seeing here. And then we've got a lot of support from the county. Anwar is here. Anwar Ahmed is here. There he is. He's the ICT chief of Mombasa County. Mustafa Ramadan, I don't know if he's back. My good friend from the chamber, the CEO has just given his speech. And many of you, all the CEOs, it's just great. Even Kabiru from Kennik. Here you now have my domain, which I can come and buy. We can buy before we go. Moshero.ke. I've been using Joe at moshero.com. Sasa they want to transform me, and I think I'm happy to move in that direction. But why am I emotional? So when we came here in 2015, it was a very big challenge on what we need to do for this country in terms of ICT to move it forward. I came from private sector, and I was still trying to understand what is a state department, what is a saga, and so I am so happy that you've got all these teams, all these CEOs that have come, and they're here today to support me. Last time we were working with Mahmoud on our own, just looking around. But at that time, we said, let us see what we can do for the young people. Let us see if we can put connectivity. And Cisco came and helped us with putting in Wi-Fi. Seacom gave a cable. I think at the time they had said they were going to give 100 meg, and so on. And the place began. But the fence was that fence that you see there. I don't know if you all know that we are sitting on reclaimed land from the sea. The president decided we have to protect for Jesus and all this history that we have. And that is why you're seeing this new wall that has been created. That transformation is the same one I see in the CAS, Nadia. I remember when we talked first, and we were talking about her joining government. And she's looking and wondering, what do you mean government? How? What will I be doing? I'm sure you've seen the confidence she has in speaking to you and talking about the agenda, both for youth and for women, and even for the coast region. That transformation is just been great. Earlier this morning, we were launching the Peace Cable, the 6th cable to come into Kenya. 16 terabytes of cable. It is more capacity than the previous 5 cables combined. $400 million, which is why we are delayed, and even we are delayed for lunch. I apologize. Now I'm the one to speak to you while you're waiting for lunch. But that's a very big milestone. I think Telcom did not treat it as big as it was, in my view. But it just shows how we are growing. They're treating it like any other birthday. Yeah, we're just launching another cable. Professor here knows how long it took to download anything. Even when we were in private sector, we only used to have satellite. But now, that's the kind of connectivity we have. I don't know how many of you have 5G phones. And I want to thank Huawei because I have a 5G phone. So me, I'm enjoying 5G. I don't know how many others are enjoying 5G. Iko, mumeiona? See, then you can be emotional with me. Yeah? You cannot be emotional with me because this transformation is just, it's amazing. We're coming closer to the end of the president's term and our term in government. And, you know, I'm going out of this proud. And yet, the many things that the president has done are going almost unsaid. We're only hearing noise from others who are supposed to be supporting him. So I get angry also. Because those that are supposed to be supporting him and moving things forward are the first ones to be making noise. And yet you can see the transformation that we have. It's opening the market so that we can be able to do more and we can see the investments that are coming in. Professor Ndemo spent a lot of time, cabinet, treasury, everywhere, talking to them, can we get money? Then he went to private sector to create a PPP to get the cable to come here. And he was looking for about $80 million. Now private company on their own, without us pushing them, is putting in $400 million to get the cable to come here. Isn't that amazing? Recently, Moderna said they're going to set up their factory here, not just for COVID, but for all their other pharmaceuticals. 65 billion shillings. Huge amounts of investment are coming in because the environment that we are in is one that is working. I'm seeing Philip Thigo here. They are offering 100 million scholarships and training for people on ICT and other courses. Why? They can see the opportunities that are there for us to be able to move forward. So Mentor, one of the things I was hoping to see in the innovations is innovation on elections. How you can vote or how you can inform people. I'm not seeing people innovating in that area. I think it's an area where there is a lot of money, even though it's every 5 years, but you can harvest quite a lot during that time. Let's look at some of those innovations. I also did not see innovations on the metaverse. Now with 5G and all the cables that we are seeing, I should be able to go and buy Fort Jesus in the metaverse, Uko Virtual. Who's offering that? But that's not to say we're not seeing great innovations. Actually, I was very impressed with the innovations that are here. To begin with, areas of identity. That was quite good to see because you're looking at the needs that we have for our country, for our young people, to ensure that we can move things forward. So I enjoyed looking and traveling around and the different exhibitions. And I would say thank you to Kipi. I don't know where they are because they also are here in strength because we need to protect our intellectual property. The only challenge we have is that usually the company and the people are bought together. You create the innovation, you don't patent it, but when people come from out, investors, they come and buy the whole thing, including you. So what we must do, and Mentor, this is one of the things I was saying even at the Kiambu Innovation Week and many of the innovation weeks. Look at the business side of your innovation. Show me the money. Look at the money and the opportunity that is there. Even if it is supposed to be a social good, how is it going to be funded? I think we come up with very interesting ideas, but we don't know the value of those ideas. And we end up selling short. Many, many times you're selling short, but if you do the maths and calculate it well, you would actually be able to sell at a much higher price and be able to do much better. So I'm very pleased that we can be here today and that we can have this Innovation Week with partners from Belgium, from Ghana, from Tanzania, as well as from all the other different counties. How many people not from Mombasa County? A substantial number, about a third. So that is good. It means all the rest are from Mombasa, Sindio? Hey. So it is important that you can see from government, we are providing the full support to you. We want to make sure that you understand that our role as government in innovation is really to provide the platform, the regulations that you need to be able to get your business working. Government should not be interfering with you. Government should be facilitating for you to be able to make your idea work and to grow. The investments that are happening are many. You've listened to Ben Roberts, the largest fiber company they are rolling out within the continent. So they are taking what we've got now in these cables and taking them wherever it is that you want to go. And of course, Safaricom and the other operators are doing the same. So we're in a place where, so long as we make the environment work, we will make it move forward. And so it is important, and I think we need to put together almost a business council that looks at these ideas and begins to help digitize or monetize those ideas, help you with the data that you need. I've not recognized the data commissioner because that is one area I wanted to really focus on. At the moment, when you go to WhatsApp or Facebook or any of these other platforms, you take your data, you provide it to them, they monetize it, and they make a lot of money, and they're worth trillions of dollars. But where are we? You are the one providing. So the old tradition, you plant the coffee, you export the coffee, then you import it at 10 times the price. Now that's what we're doing with data. So DPC, can you ensure that people are more aware of what they need to do with their data so that they can begin to monetize? And by the way, she's doing a great job. She's hiring a lot of people. Please sit. She's hiring a lot of people. And Kenya is transforming. Kenya is transforming. So I want to just recognize these CEOs that are here. You can be in a ministry and you're working with people, but they're not really supportive. I think I'm very, very lucky as a minister. I have people who have been very supportive, and that is why you're seeing the transformation that is here. But I want you, the innovators, to take time to meet these people. They tend to be very quiet, and you see them walking around peacefully. I think the only one who hasn't arrived is the Postmaster General. I think he's on his way. Are you here, PMG? Angalia, sisi mtu wa posta amechelewa. I think he's the only one left. But Konza, simama John. Those of you who have not been to Konza, you need to meet with John and find a way of engaging with John. Konza should not be owned by other people. It's ours. But if you don't go there and meet with him, utapata shida. Sindio? So please, that's John Tanui, he's the CEO. Timothy Owase. How many of you saw what was going on in the Oscars? He's responsible for the Oscars. He's the Kenya Film Commission. But he doesn't punch people. So he's different. And so you should again take time, engage with him. These stories that you're doing need to be told. You need to engage and you need to let people know, but make sure you include what your finances are so that people can invest and you know what is your value after you have seen Kipi, so that you've protected your name. I'll ask Mentor to also stand. Thank you, Timothy. Mentor Mahmoud is not only your mentor and so on, he's also working for us at the Communications Authority. He's a director. So he's representing the regulator and making sure that whatever you need in terms of communication, the team here was showing me how they're using these cars to go around and test how the signals are working so that Safaricom and others can be on their toes to ensure that quality of service is being provided. And the regulator is important. They have the Universal Service Fund, and he's on the board. Talk with these people. They are available. The Media Council, David Omoyo. Now, Media Council, they are media and they say they are independent. So I can't say that he's working for me, because then it will become a problem. We have a PPP, we have our G2B, whatever. We have a way of how we work together. But I know media can now start construing that we control the media. But if you have any issues, any complaints, any information you want to send out, other than creating documentaries and films, then you have media. And media have ways of being able to say whatever they need to say to move things forward. So it's really great to have him here. Finally, we have also the acting CEO, Dr. Rono. of the ICT authority. You have quite a few of you trying to work on education and technology. He has the digital literacy program that he's rolling out, including also rolling out the fiber. So the NOFB, or the National Fiber Optic Cable, he's responsible for that, and many other things that the ICT authority does. So me, I have come with all these helpers. And I'm sure there are more in the crowd from government who I may not have mentioned. I've talked about Kennick. Again, I don't want them to feel like we're saying they're government. We host them. We give them a place where they can live, and so on. So please take advantage of all these people, meet with them, and see how your business and innovations can work together. We have our stock exchange or securities exchange that we can leverage, but you need to grow your businesses so that we can be able to really now begin to create wealth. Finance is probably the most important course you need to do, even as you come up with your innovations. Understand how value is being created and how you can get people to come and participate in your company, whether it is in shares, whether they are lending you money, but then you can grow and expand your business, but not then selling it almost immediately so that you can buy a car. You see, you have to really be able to grow. Last year, $571 million was invested in the startup system here in Kenya. 65 billion shillings. In Africa, it was over $5 billion. Is your business structured to be able to receive that money? Because this year, that number is actually going up. If you remember last year and the year before, we had COVID. Now things are opening up. It is getting better. So please take advantage of those and be able to build your business and business ideas so that we can grow our country. I don't want to keep you more than I have spoken. You know, you've all said you're hungry, you want lunch. Some people were wiser and they had lunch before, before they came. We had been offered lunch elsewhere and we didn't eat, so meant that we are coming for the lunch. But really I want to leave you with almost a very important thing for this country. If we're going to see these trends that we're talking about grow and develop, we must not be shy about which leaders we choose, about which direction we want our country to go. This idea that, you know, you're not worth anything and you must rely on government is not true. And many people here are able to show you that as businesses, they can grow. All they need is an environment that works. An environment where you're not insulting people all the time. An environment where you respect your leaders and more so your boss. In your startup, in your business, if people play around with you and you're the boss, kutakuwa na shida. Okay? I'm not being afraid to say some of these things. And I know some of you are wondering why I'm going in this direction, but I am emotional with what I am seeing in terms of transformation and then what I see in the media. Yeah? What some people are saying, some leaders, but Mahmoud will not be happy if I make this a political event. So I will not make it a political event. I will say, vote wisely. Know where you want to go as a country. And make sure that you see where you will be in that next government, with that next leader that you're choosing. Let them tell you what they're going to deliver and offer you. Don't just accept noise, insults, all these things that seem to be flying. But at least I can say the volume is lower this time than it's ever been. Sindio? So we can be able to have this event here and there is no politician up here. You know, all others, there would be so many politicians fighting to be up here. But now they know you're wiser. They can't come and start playing around. Maybe after I leave, they will come. I don't know. But it is critical. We continue the trend that we are seeing that is growing this country and transforming our country. Sindio? Isn't that the way to go? So with those few and many remarks, and with all the emotions and everything that I have, I would like to take this opportunity to officially open the Pwani Innovation Week 2022. Let's clap. Wapi shangwe na vigelegele, all those. I thought there would be all those things. Ndio hiyo. Bas, asanteni. Thank you. Mungu awabariki. Asanteni.
Thank you, Bwana CS. Bwana CS is my boss, but at times I find it difficult because we started working together in 1999 when we were the only ones, and I see a lot of you here, when we were the only ones providing data and internet connectivity. So it's a very interesting relationship. And Bitangi, I think you remember very well, even when you were laying the Teams cable, and I was also on the SECOM side, but you still facilitated us. Thank you very much. So people talk of Mentor 001, that is myself, and they talk about the transformation. But there is a team behind me. I actually take the credit, but we have people who actually are doing all this to Swahili Port and Pwani Innovation Week. And I just want the advisory board members who are here to stand, Bonasie, so that you know them, and then I'll go to the volunteers. Because Pwani Innovation Week is very unique. Probably we spend or we receive 30% of what a similar kind of meeting will cost. And what is the beauty? Because 70 or 80% of the partners that you are seeing here are partners. They are not giving us any money. And I value that long-term relationship, although we still have bills to pay. So for those who have given us some money, we say thank you. But the reason why we are able to do that is because we have an army of volunteers, young people that we don't pay, we don't give them fare, we don't give them anything. But they work here from, some come here at 6, they leave at 9 p.m. The last 2 weeks they've been here day and night. I want to recognize them, but before that I want to recognize our advisory board members. Jen Munga, I can see you if you can stand. Kasnadia, wewe pia unajua sifai kukusimamisha, wewe ni boss wangu. My co-chair Michael Onyango, former waziri wa Kisumu ICT, yuko kwenye board. Professor Bitange Ndemo, pole na kusimamisha, na wewe ni senior wangu sana. I have Philip Pigo. Philip, when they see you, they want the 100 million. I hope you'll explain to them how they will get the scholarships for free. We also have, who else? Ben Roberts. Stephanie Maseki, the only creative up on Dani, and a very good actor, a very popular actor. Harry, ako around. And nafikiri yuko kwenye simu. I hope I've not left anybody else. And then lastly, the volunteers, just come here, because without you, hii kitu haingefanyika. I'm the only above 35. Huh? All of them are young people. Okay. So when they say young people in Mombasa are not out there, whenever we call them, they are always ready to support, and they do not ask how much they will get, because most of the time they do not get anything, but they get that satisfaction that they are making a difference. During the COVID period, there was a time we requested young people to come. In 3 days, we had 8,500 people who came to support, and that is the young people of Mombasa. Now, shukuru sana. Asanteni sana, asanteni. You can leave now. Yeah. One unique thing about them, we have advocates of the High Court, na wengine hapa hata hawajamaliza high school, but they are in leadership positions. I think with that, I think I will return it now to the MC so that you direct us to go and eat. I know CS tulikimbia ile lunch ya kule, Okay. And then there is signing. I think we can sign. Is it okay, Michael, if we sign after we eat? Yeah. So back to the MC.
Okay. Thank you very much.
1 minute. There's one very important person, Bwana CS. You know, when you talk of innovation in Kenya, everybody thinks of one man, Omwan Saukwak. Yeah, Kenya Innovation Week, and the CEO of Kenya Innovation Agency. I also see Tej Bedi, the CEO for SICOM. Actually, SICOM is the reason we are here. Because the reason why Swahili Pot started, and Tej, I will just end there if you allow me. I was working with SICOM, although I'm a technical man, but I'm more passionate about community. So I was pushing SICOM even when they were doing it. It was only a program. We said we need to support innovation hubs. And that is how we started supporting iHub, NILAB, MLab, and Nairobi Garage. But I asked a question, and I think Bitange, you are the PS then. Why are we doing everything in Nairobi? And I think instead of just asking, we decided to start the center here. SICOM came in handy, and they committed capacity. And that capacity is very interesting. It was connected that it will be there for quite some time. So we really appreciate. Thank you very much, Tejibedi, for being here. Asanteni sana.
Apologies for that. Thank you very much for this. Chief guest, I would like to request, I know people are hungry, but there was a short award ceremony that I'm requesting that we do so that we can do the signing afterwards, kindly. With your permission? Thank you very much. Mike, please, kindly just come and give 1 minute, something to say 1 minute about the cybersecurity bootcamp and the Digitrack Innovation Competition and why we are awarding these particular students. Kindly, Mike, just 1 minute, strictly 1 minute, so that now I can go to the winners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Joe Mushel, distinguished guests, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Michael Kamau. I work at Huawei Kenya office, and we are very happy and pleased to be here throughout in preparation to Pwani Innovation Week. Since the 10th of March 2022, Mahmoud, the Swahili Port Hub team, invited actually us as private sector, also Swahili, also Safaricom, us as Huawei, and also Communications Authority of Kenya to figure out what we would actually do for Pwani Innovation Week. And Communications Authority actually advised that since COVID-19 started, the number of cybersecurity threats have actually been increasing. So as Huawei, we are very happy to actually work with Safaricom, to work with Communications Authority of Kenya to run a boot camp for students within Pwani and here at Pwani Innovation Week. So the boot camp has been in 3 phases, an online phase and an assessment with over 200 participants. And here on site since Saturday, we have been running a hands-on practice-based cybersecurity boot camp. And I would like to congratulate all the winners, all the students who have emerged top, and also CA brought in their CIRT. I see Dennis over there from Communications Authority to actually run them through a scenario of how a SAT works here on site. So all the students, I believe, have had a very good foundation, and we have laid a very good foundation for their career in the cybersecurity space. Also, as was mentioned earlier, we have the Digitrack that has been going around Mombasa, and we have actually now devolved innovation, not only at the advanced level universities, but those who are in the grassroots level could be able to innovate. So we will also be recognizing those who have come up with the best innovation from the Huawei Digitrack. So with that, all the students are here. Maybe I see all of them are here on site, and they will be awarded with their awards as will be guided. So I wish to congratulate all of them and to thank all who have been participating in the program. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike. So at this point, I'd like to please request the CS to lead us in this award ceremony. And we'll do that, of course, with Mahmoud, and then, of course, Ms. Fiona from Huawei, and Mr. Andrew Masila from Safaricom. So at this point, I'd like to call upon the group that took the third place. It's a group of 3 young people, Ayub Mohammed, Muishmael Kipkoech, and Charles Kome. Kindly clap for them for taking position number 3. You will actually come just over here so that we can have the awards. Thank you very much. Kindly, team, volunteers, assist to bring the podium down, please. Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you. That is third position for the cybersecurity boot camp. Sorry. Ayub Mohammed, Muishmael Kipkoech, and Charles Kome receiving the award. Congratulations. As they receive the award, I would like to call upon the next group, which took the second place. And the group is led by Abdul Rauf Abdullahi, Yusuf Adan, and Roy Nyamawi. Kindly, let's be on standby. Makofi kwao. That is a second place. Kindly wait for the third place to exit the stage, then you can also join in and have the award. Thank you very much. Now we are just about to announce the first place. And in the first place, we have the team by Peter Maina, Brenda Mechama, and Solomon Mudhara. Congratulations. A round of applause for them. Kindly, Mike, I would request that you give the needed assistance there, because you know the students. Kindly give the needed assistance, please, so that we can make it short, because I know people are quite anxious to go for lunch, please. The students can go back and have a seat. We'll have a photo session later. And now we go to the DigiTrack Innovation Competition, which has been running for the last 2 weeks. The DigiTrack students challenged to come up with ideas to solve existing problems in society using digital skills. It had 30 participants, 3 winners from across Mombasa. In the third place, we have Mohamed Suleiman. Kindly, Mohamed Suleiman. Makofi kwa Mohamed Suleiman. Just a minute. A round of applause for Mohamed Suleiman, please. Bwana Chief Guest, with your permission, we had been informed that he had written a 1-minute speech, so kindly let's just allow him to. Mike, is that okay? Okay, thank you. In second place, we have Lucy Ochieng. Lucy Ochieng, makofi kwa Lucy Ochieng tafadhali. Is Lucy Ochieng in the room? Lucy? Oh, Lucy, kidogo chap chap. You can run. Lucy Ochieng, second place for the Digitrack Innovation Competition. Well done, well done. Very exciting, eh? Young girl. Of course, now we go to the first place. And in the first place, we have another girl, Irene Mutinda. Irene Mutinda. First place, Irene Mutinda, please. Kindly proceed to receive your award. Thank you very much. Thank you. Those were the two segments that we are doing the awards. Stephanie, over to you to give us direction from here. Thank you very much, Chief Guest, Bwana CS, for leading the session as well. Thank you. DJ, just a second there. Bwana Chief Guest, sorry I'm making so many requests today, but when the young people make requests, then you have to listen to them because this is their week and this is their function. So we are requesting that you've been able to move around and see what we can do and see the exhibitions and everything digitally. But the young people here who want to entertain you in the spirit of making you feel the spirit of Mombasa. So there is a dance group, Mula's crew from Majengo, Mombasa. Pigeni makofi, mbona mko wachoyo. And they're ready to entertain us just before lunch. One of the best dance groups in the county of Mombasa. Karibuni sana. Thank you, and over to you when you're ready.
Asanteni sana, it's that time that you guys have been waiting for. Waziri naona ameshasimama tayari anatangulia because amesema anasija. Kwa hivyo naomba tupatane na Mentor. Thank you so much. All the VIPs kindly follow Mentor. Mentor is Mahmoud Nur. Thank you so much. All the VIPs kindly follow that path. And all the paid delegates also please follow the VIPs.
Wash transmitter.
Karibu Kanairo, karibu Kenya, kujani kushova koza wa Kenya, tuna talanta ya kucheki weather. Iyo jua ni ya mvua, na ni kali, niko sure. Ukiwa kijani usikie umeboeka, ukiona memes una
Well, that marks the end of our first session live here at Swahili Port Hub. Definitely the function is Pwani Week, Pwani Innovation Week 2022. A lot has been discussed, so many discussions, of course, very heavy with so much information to be told. But the highlight of it all, we've got some winners right here. Come. We have winners who won because they did have genius ideas of how to use
online skills. So everyone comes with a different online skill, but my idea is not that original, but it's what will happen with the combination of now all these skills with digital marketing, with affiliate marketing, with knowing how to operate a laptop, Microsoft PowerPoint, internet. So if you combine all this, and then with our Digitrack training, which was basically about entrepreneurship and financial skills, financial literacy, bringing all this together, we'll bring something huge. Yeah, we'll bring something huge.
That was awesome, and congratulations to the girl child. We also have our second winner, also a girl child. Hi, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
Maybe you can start with your name and tell us what award you actually got.
I'm Lucio Chieng. I'm the first runners up in the Digitrack Innovation Competition.
How are you feeling so far?
I don't know, I just feel great.
You look nervous though.
Yeah, I'm nervous, but I'm also happy. Yeah.
What does this award mean to you?
It means everything because actually when we began, when we started doing the training, I wasn't that interested, but with time I came to realize that this is something that's going to help me on my own. So when they brought up the competition, I decided to join because I'm from a remote area, and of course you all need to grow our places, maybe if we've learned. So when they asked about the digital skills that we've learned, I just applied. That's how.
What was your idea about?
Majorly, maybe introducing computer classes, yeah. Because most of the people in my place are illiterate. They'll pardon me for that. Yeah. So maybe and now, since they're illiterate, they don't have jobs. Now they're idle most of the times, of which they cause a lot of crimes, Maybe computer classes and all will keep them busy and aside from that.
Thank you so much and congratulations. Now we have identified the winners, but we cannot leave out the trainer. Karibu sana. You can start with your name and tell us, because you're the trainer, how do you feel about your team winning?
My name is Adams Macau, the trainer for Digitrack. I feel nice, I feel happy having seen my students being part of the competition and actually winning the awards. I'm very happy. Yeah.
What does this mean to you?
It really means a lot because you can see that what I've been teaching them is, as they have used the skills that I've taught them to actually do something competitive and emerge winners in it. So it encourages me to continue doing what I do to help more youths out there and to enable them also know to use the digital skills and how to use those skills to solve problems they are facing in their communities.
Now the first winner was a girl child. The second winner, the second runners up is also a girl child. What's happening to your class?
Well, you see, okay, I think most of the girls took the competition seriously, other than the boys. But the boys were also represented, so you can't say they were left out. But well, it's a good thing because it will encourage more girls to always seeing girls being winners. It will encourage more girls to be or to want to participate to such events. Yeah. So.
Thank you so much, and congratulations. Well, definitely we cannot leave out the launch part where CS Joe Musheru was present and he launched the program. Definitely he spoke about so many things, one of them being elections, which he, of course, at the center stage of it right now. He said that he wished someone could come up with an innovation skill that would help us when it comes to voting and electing our leaders. And he also said that we need to ensure that our leaders know what we should put to task the leaders that want, to take these positions come August 9th. We need to ask them what they have in store for us as youth, so that, we just don't elect leaders that at the end of their term will start saying these leaders did not do anything to us. Accountability is key. We are breaking for lunch, so till next session, see you then. Different innovations that you have seen around here.
I think I was very happy with how broad the kind of innovations in education, innovations in health, where you have even people coming up with devices that you can test your sugar without pricking yourself. Security, many. And I think the Innovation Week is growing. Before, you know, you didn't get the kind of quality that you're seeing, so I'm seeing that they are going up. The number of stands was even more than before. So happy to see the progress.
And what maybe would you advise the youth?
I would advise the youth that, because when I listen to the presentations that they are doing, they present the product, but they don't present what they need to move forward. And you know, business is getting the opportunity. Once you get it, present. And so you must have a very quick analysis. Say this business, the market is this size, and if we come in, we'll take 20%. This is how much we're going to grow. This is how much we need. So that it's very clear you understand the whole space and that you can make it work. Many are talking as though they are NGOs, and yet it's business, and yet they want to be able to employ others. So they need to make money, and they should not be shy about making money. Others do, so why can't they?
On your speech, lastly, you say that you will be leaving a happy man. Maybe what would you want people to remember you for?
I think I worked for my president. He has a vision for this country that is beyond even his term. And the things that he has been doing, which he's not even screaming about, he's not shouting about, but are transforming lives every day. Whether it's Mama Mboga putting her in a market where she's no longer in the sun somewhere stuck. Now she's in a nice place, her products are air conditioned. I'm enjoying seeing all that transformation. Coming here, this place was the sea before. Now look at us. Hakuna mtu amesema all the progress that has happened. All you're hearing is people making a lot of unnecessary noise, and yet work is happening. All these stands are in a place that didn't exist before. Isn't that amazing? So that's what I'm happy about.
Thank you so much.
We'll see how things go from there. And of course, they've continued to build. We've created the environment, but Mentor and his team have continued to ensure that we take the youth and they take advantage of those opportunities. Asante.
Thank you so much for your time and the insightful information. Yeah. At Swahili Port Hub, maybe you can tell us, what do you think of such an event?
I think this is amazing. I mean, it's like I was saying in my speech. You know, we've just gone through these couple of years of COVID, and while we were going through it, we were seeing the really dark side. I'm absolutely convinced that we will see the good things that we achieved in the changes in our lives and in the way we create and in the way we interact. We will see those, and we'll learn from them. And guess what? This kind of events, like Pwani Innovation Week, is where we're going to learn from each other, where we're going to learn these things and figure out how to live in a post-COVID and actually even a post-war world, because don't forget, we are going through war in Europe right now. But this is the kind of event where we're going to do that, bringing youth together, bringing creatives together with tech, together with government officials, with CSOs. I mean, I can't stop being amazed by it.
I'm sure you've gone around the different tents and exhibitions that have been displayed. Maybe what's your take on that?
Well, like exactly that. I mean, all these the youth and the CSOs and the governments and the businesses who are all showing what they want to do and what they can do and what they're capable of in this new world. I'm not going to pick one that's better than the other. I mean, I'm a diplomat. At the end of the day, I'm still a diplomat, so I don't never express a preference. No, it's this is wonderful. This is absolutely fantastic. Could be a little less warm. It's a little hot today. Could be. But you know what? That's fine. You stand here in the nice breeze and you forget all about the heat.
So many startups are, coming up. Maybe what's your advice to them?
Do what you love.
That's it?
That's it. Do what you love.
Thank you so much for your time. Okay, so thank you. Yes, that was...
areas in IT, and then did my PhD to teach. Yes.
Your expectations today, have they been met? Did you have any, and were they met?
Well, nobody ever meets expectations. You do it incrementally. We made one step. We are moving into other steps. So you would move until a point where you are satisfied that you have actually made it. Yes.
Because you are a pioneer of the internet, yes. Maybe what can you tell us about the 5G internet?
It is something that is going to be, almost everybody must have, because as the minister was saying, We are beginning to see new applications within metaverse, making very complex things which require a lot of broadband. And we have been asking government to remove taxes from broadband and devices so that young people can afford them and begin to create jobs for themselves.
So many people consider you as their mentor. Maybe what advice do you have for them, especially in the ICT world?
I think this is the time. We are at the time we need to take advantage of ICTs. Almost 1.5 million young people work in that space now. They work there because we have sufficient broadband in this country. But most of them need to know what they want to do in order to take advantage of this new space. For example, we need to see many of them begin to do online courses on data analytics, to do courses around artificial intelligence, because that is the future. So you have to be ready for the future in order to benefit from that future.
And lastly, allow me to ask, I best believe that you have gone around the different exhibition tents that are here. Maybe what's your take on the innovations that have been displayed today?
I think we are trying, because I teach entrepreneurship. And we normally say in entrepreneurship, there is no product that comes out fully complete on the first. So you do the first idea, and then you iterate. You change a few things. The customers will tell you change here to the point where the product comes out. But you must keep on trying if you want to succeed. So what they have done is wonderful. It's the first step. Now we need to take it out to the market. The customers begin to say, change this for me, do this for me, before we get a final great product.
Thank you so much, sir, and for the good work that you have been doing.
Thank you.
That was PS Bitangendemo, the ICT guru, one of the ICT gurus in this country, of course, with beautiful and awesomely brainy insights right here. If you want to do something, make sure you go all the way. That's it from me. Thank you so much.
How do you bring it down to the ground for the use cases that you have? And I think in the panel that comes after, that is where you have your operators, your Safaricom, maybe, I think Airtel, Orange, Huawei. So we can talk about what it is that needs to be happening on the ground. But the one thing I want to say to you is this technology
He has a flight to catch immediately at 6, and so he can't be here long. So, and this microphone.
Good evening. What did I say before? Good evening. I said good evening, sir. I am a teacher. So my speech is going to be brief because we are rushing to catch a plane. But I am committing to my friend Mahmoud that we want to come several times to a point where we are satisfied that you are benefiting from this era. I call it the era of digitalization, which is not stopping at anything. Everything is going to be digitalized, including money, cash. In another 3 years, you will never see a shilling note or whatever. It's going to be digital. Don't laugh, it is true. Even central bank has agreed now that we have to move that way. All I'm speaking about is about the fourth industrial revolution. The first revolution happened about 300 years ago. And that time, everybody was worried that we don't have food to eat. So what they did, they began to mechanize, they made the power and other things. Africa, we didn't get to do that because slavery was going on. Then the second industrial revolution came around 1900, which was the first time they created mass production of vehicles. Previously, they used to produce one vehicle, and what my sister Elizabeth was talking about is that productivity is less when you produce one vehicle at a time. And that time, Africa was undergoing colonization. We did not participate. So around 20th century, the third industrial revolution came when ICTs started happening. And we were just about to miss that before getting into the fourth industrial revolution when we discovered mobile money, which improved productivity. Let me simplify that. That word is economics, but in real life, when I was in high school and I would write home for my mother to send me money, the fastest means was posta, which used to take 5 days to get money. So by the time my mother found a posta, sent the money, half term is finished. So I remain in school. So M-Pesa comes, now you wake up in the morning and say, we were told that today is half term, the money is sent. You actually receive money instantly. That is what we call productivity improvement, when you are supposed to do what you want to do, when you can do it, and you get the results. Now, from 2018, we have been talking about fourth industrial revolution. Africa is not undergoing slavery. Africa is not being colonized. Africa is not fighting for freedom, because when the third industrial revolution came, we were fighting for freedom in the 50s. We are a free Africa. Fourth industrial revolution has come. What is it? For the success of the fourth industrial revolution. And every one of you here today must know those technologies. It's one of them. Even though you put this, you don't need to understand this is engineers who do this. Yeah? You wait until it is deployed and you get a ticket in the a ticket coming to your house on the door that when you are on Likoni Road, you are driving at this speed and you ignore this. That's when you ask, walijua namna gani? Walijua. Alafu unaletewa picha ya gari yako vile ulikuwa unakula chakula unatupa nje na vitu vingine kama hiyo. So 5G is one of them. Another one is artificial intelligence. It's not a very difficult word, but what it is already doing, yeah, is that Safaricom, Felicia, can give you a loan without ever seeing your face. Meaning they have looked at your data, analyzed how you behave, whether you feel good when you take somebody's money and you don't feel bad repaying the money. And then they said, Ndemo, you can't get 5,000. Another one gets 100,000. So they call it credit score. They score. Credit, the good people would get good money. Now, the most important with that is that throughout my life, I've struggled with English. English, it's very difficult sometimes, especially those who are young men trying to quote. You say the word laugh before you really meant laugh. You meant, instead of saying I like you, you use love. Love is more deeper. Now, artificial intelligence is going to use something called natural language processing to speak what you really mean, and someone understands. They can understand it whatever language they understand. If it is English, if it is whatever, but do not let somebody, yeah, who looks like our sister here to come and translate our language. Do you like that? Hello. You want somebody to come from Europe to come and translate Tigo to English or English to Tigo. You want to do it. That is where the jobs are coming from. The other, when I said credit score, is the collection of your data and using that data to make decisions and make money. You know, most ladies don't know, because young men go online to look for pornography, and when you open their computer during the day, you see cha 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 cha. Hizo vitu. Kama ni mtu aliomba, anasema hii computer inafanya kitu gani? Google imejua wewe unaangalia vitu vingine ndio inakuletea vitu kama hiyo, yeah? Lakini sasa serikali ikatuletea Kasaiti ambaye anakaa hapa atusaidie kwa hiyo data protection, tulete mbaya ile ya kusumbua sisi, yeah? But that is another is blockchain, which is going to facilitate the digitalization of money. Another one, virtual reality. When you go home tonight, just check virtual reality in fashion. Now, you don't have to sell me a shirt when I'm standing in front of you. You can sell it to me when I am in Nairobi, and I would get it. You know, there are many of those technologies. I can go one by one, but the key ones are data analytics, so that you understand how we get ourselves. In fact, some jobs you cannot get if you are vulgar in Facebook, in Twitter, in social media. You must begin to behave because somebody is harvesting that to make the decision, huyu ni kisirani, he cannot work for me, you know? So you need to understand that this is the fourth industrial revolution. It's going to enable us to create more jobs. Government will create more jobs, and that is ambushed a gentleman here because he's from Ahmed after work. Just come and I greet you, so that you say something, one or two words about innovation and young people and what we want to do with those in just one word.
One word. Hello everybody, Assalamu alaikum. Just very quick, brief back about myself. The first part of my first part of life lived in Germany, run consultancy projects, economic development programs. To launch some of the most innovative innovation initiatives. As some of you might know, Dubai 10X, which means helping the government companies to take a 10X leap, or Saudi Arabia and Qatar. 5 months ago, when I first came to Kenya, I was so fascinated demo, and since I'm still here. I just went quickly back a few times, but I actually never left Kenya. It's so fascinating. For you as young people, entrepreneurs or wannabe entrepreneurs, there are a lot of opportunities existing. If I just summarize it from a high level to very specific, what you can actually do starting today. High level is, think about your generation is different than our generation, earlier generation. You grow up with Twitter and with mobile phones, etc. My generation, they just invented mobile phones at that time, so it was very new. So whatever you're going to do, you're going to change the world. You literally want to change the world.
Anything for granted, go out and develop something. Many of you know what metaverse is. Some of you don't know. It's just you put yourself as a different person on the internet, and you can become whatever person you want.
Whatever you want to do. There are millions of other people out there. Maybe you can create a business out of it, just from a high level. Coming a little bit more closer, look about the big companies and the government agencies. Think about all the problems and pain points that they have. When you use, for example, a Safaricom or all these other companies, or with the banks, etc. When you find any issue, that is not convenient for you, don't be disappointed. Turn it into an opportunity. Whatever doesn't, when you see things that doesn't work, try to turn it into an opportunity. In other words, don't think about you an individual. Think about when you go to market, these are customers, and these people need really a new solution. So just to summarize, and the second level is talk with the big companies and government entities and figure out what are the biggest pain points. And I'm sure there are a lot of pain points existing. For example, the interconnectivity is not there in different kind of institutions, government entities, or even big corporates. There's one area. And then if you go specifically down in what can customers, they are all customers running around, they're doing something. Figure out what they do, and based on that, you can actually come up with a solution. So think about the tourists are coming here. What do? They go to shopping, okay? They go to the beach. What else do they do? Maybe you can create a platform where they don't have to come over here.
So the last, there are millions of jobs, but you can start from YouTube, how to do data analytics. Don't worry, even if you failed in math, that analytics doesn't know. You can actually begin to do that slowly. Then you can go to IBM, they do it for free. By the time you are moving to that level, it's free, but you get a job. If you don't, you talk to me or Mahmoud. So thank you for the speech.
Sangin Demo and engineer Miguala, who started this off. So this is now the 4IR panel, and I have just already noted just some very quick notes as I introduce who the panelists here are. There's actually more women here than there are men, but interestingly, the women are the ones paying attention more than the men, because I've been looking around the room. Yes, so that's me. I'm very attentive about my environment, and I look around. The men are on their phones. Yes, they are. And I have to say, okay. So just before I continue, Steph, could you please bring up the other panelists?
Just a bit of information. We are combining two panel conversations, the fourth industrial revolution and the 5G.
Okay, yeah. You can scream all you want, it doesn't matter. I have seen more. And by the way, I'm from Kisumu. So you know, Kondele. So there's nothing. I will tell you as it is, because I want to help you. Huh? Because if you don't get it right, we're here for a purpose. We just didn't come here to entertain you. These are people who are so busy. And we want to ensure that you are the next owners of the businesses on this continent and the world. That's what we're here for. So, don't worry, me, I'll tell you things as they are. And I'm very observant. And then, I will also pick people from the crowd. So, pay attention, because I'll be coming to you and I'll tell you, stand up, what was said. We're not here to entertain you. We're here for a specific purpose. So I'm very quickly going to ask each of my panelists just to spend 3 minutes to introduce themselves in terms of their name, what they do, we'll keep it at that, and then we'll come into the very specific discussions of what it is and how it is that you must be able to benefit once we're through with this session. So, so again, where I come from, we're very particular. We say ladies first, but because I'm in Pwani and it's Mombasa, I know here you say ladies first, but men before. So I'll start off with him besides me.
Thank you so much. My name, I'm Nyagitari Bosire. I'm the technical lead on the fixed services at Safaricom, and happy to be here today. I think I covered the 3 things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Philip, you have so many hats, so in context, we'll deal with today's topic.
Okay, single hat today. Philip Thigo, Senior Director for Africa for the Thunderbird School of Global Management at Arizona State.
Okay. Use this one. Yeah. My name is Bitange Ndemo, a teacher at the University of Nairobi.
And the father of internet in Kenya. Let's say things as they are. We must be factual in this country. We should never lie. Alice, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Alice Gugilev. I'm the head of Global Development Incubator. We're a nonprofit based here in Kenya, and our focus is on creating large-scale social change, bringing together government, private sector, civil society, and very importantly, youth to the table to co-design solutions and overcome some of the structural injustices that we see in the world. And my passion is all about youth employment and livelihoods. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Elizabeth Nguli. I am head of digital engineering at Safaricom. What I'm passionate about is a lot about solving problems, specifically using technology. And I really love software engineering. So when I came here, I saw so many young people. And to me, I'm just looking at talent. So where I work at the moment, we keep saying there's scarcity of talent, but I came here and I saw a lot of talent, and I'm so happy to be here. Probably to engage even with the developers, see what they are building, the innovations that you guys are doing here, and see how we can support you in terms of growing this and in terms of growing your skills as well.
Yes, so my name is Elizabeth Nigola. I just spoke to you. I must have done something wrong because I've been told to come back and sit here. So, yeah, that's my introduction.
That's fine. Okay, thank you very much. So we now know who all our panelists are. I want to make this session very practical so that you can actually go home with things which you can and you must do. So I will move away from the things which you can go and Google on your phones and actually use real-time experiences from the people who are sitting here, so that when you go back, when you're speaking about 4IR, when you're speaking about 5G, you know exactly what you can start practically doing with these things within your lives, okay? Great. So first and foremost, I'm going to start with Philip Thigo for one reason. Philip provides, his institution is providing skills. So Philip, can you just very briefly give us a high level of what skill sets should this young people here be gathering, and why is it important as we talk about 4IR and 5G, and where can they get the skills from an education background?
Thank you so much, Michael. I think it's nostalgic because it was in this room in 2019 that we started to talk about the fourth industrial revolution. That was just a year after 4IR. So if you've not benefited from that, then there's a problem. Because we did it here, even before we went anywhere else. So again, Philip Thigo, we're the #1 school of innovation in the US, but also the #1 school globally on the fourth industrial revolution. The first skill that you need really is learning agility. And I think I said that 2 years ago. And learning agility means, and this would be very strange coming from a university, that it's not about what we teach you in the university. It's about how you're agile enough to adapt and get new knowledge. As Prof mentioned, grab it from the internet, grab it from LinkedIn. As much as possible, see how you can complement your current capabilities plus a digital skill. If you're a lawyer, plus digital. Doctor, plus digital. Or you'll be disrupted, worse off, dislocated. Dislocation means you will never recover. 2 years later, fast forward, COVID-19 hits, we know what has happened. Technology is in how we live, how we learn, how we work at scale. And so the other capability that you need to think about is how do you, beyond learning agility, are able to skill, reskill, and upskill. This is lifelong learning. It's not about anymore 844 or CBC that is coming. It's simply about how do you ensure that you are quickly able to gain your knowledge in a way that then you can be able to attract or get into your courses. You may have been a doctor. Be ready to be an engineer very quickly, because those are the opportunities that will exist. Finally, Michael says, where do you get it? I think you had the CS mentioning what we are doing at Arizona State University in Thunderbird. We've simply disrupted learning. We're offering 100 million scholarships. It's never been done. And these skills are basically what we think are important for you. So please study what you're studying. But if you're not able to do business in this revolution, then you have a problem. Because if you cannot monetize, if you cannot commercialize your capabilities, then you have a problem. So what you're offering is business skills. And we've done it with Chep here. She'll be able to tell you a story, but then we want to do it Mahmoud, but also we are doing 100 million globally.
So if I can sum, so you're saying that everybody here should and must get business skills. Prof, I'm going to come to you. When he speaks about business skills, because you're a professor of entrepreneurship, where can these skills be gotten from? And which specific skills, if you may just highlight maybe 3 or 4, but you think would be very basic skills that everybody here should get, so that going forward, we're actually ready to be part of the business cycle. Could we get another microphone, please?
Yeah, it's important actually to get skills, but many years of teaching I've discovered that the ones you teach, people don't get it. You try and get a mentor like Michael, who constantly coaches you, or you watch some of the business people, how they do the business, what they go through. It's very difficult to be taught entrepreneurship or how to do business. It is easier to understand it when you work under somebody or work with somebody. That is the most perfect way. You can come, I teach you all courses in entrepreneurship, but they don't make sense in what you are doing. Mentorship is the biggest thing for anybody wanting to learn to do business or going into a business incubator and working with people and discussing, seeing what they go through, then you actually understand it.
So taking off from there, Alice, the programs that you're currently running here in Mombasa County, are there any mentorship programs which you can already highlight to the people who are here that they can actually get access to? Where are they and what are they and where do they begin?
Thanks, Michael. I don't know if you guys have heard of, we talk a lot about networks here but maybe you've read about this study coming from Harvard around what drives happiness. Have you read this one? It's networks and community. More than money, more than knowledge, but the networks that you have. And so much of this is around trusted mentorship, trusted community. And so it's very exciting, and maybe I'm letting the cat out of the bag a little bit, but tomorrow night we will be launching a mentorship network here in Mombasa, led by Swahili Hub Foundation and all of our partners here on the coast. We hope, we dream that one day every young person in Mombasa will be menteed, but importantly, also to become a mentor themselves. We had a fantastic brainstorming a few weeks ago, and you can clap right after this, which is that every young person we've talked to not only inspires to be a mentor, but to have mentees. And to have technology support this network is going to be a key part of the fourth industrial revolution. So please come tomorrow night and help us launch this incredible network in Mombasa. Thank you.
Okay, so if I could just break with protocol a bit and just let Professor Ndemo just give some closing remarks because he has to leave to catch a flight, but the session will continue. So I'll just come back to Professor Ndemo. And to all our viewers on Facebook, we're happy that you're watching us as we're streaming live. Please tell the other people on your networks that we're streaming live so they can join us also. Professor, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry that I had to leave. It is the flight that we must catch, but not like catching it, but getting to. So I am going to challenge my brother Mahmoud here that we shouldn't just be coming here once a year. In between, we can come for a mentorship session, discussing a few things. I volunteered and I work with some young people in the space who can come and do the same. And before we go, this lady called Elizabeth, we worked together. And this is very important. The things that are happening globally today could benefit Africa much more than any other time before. Meaning some of the manufacturing could shift to Africa. And she's in a strategic position to begin to say, we want to set up one in Mombasa. There is no problem with land here. So I put her on the spot because I know she won't kill me. She knows me. And I thank you for everything. You can respond to that while I'm leaving.
I had a question for him before you leave.
No, he has to go. So thank you very much, Professor Ndemo, and your team. Have a safe trip, and he will come back again to Pwani, to Mombasa, to Swahili Port, so we can have a longer session with him. Engineer Bam, we can see you. Wave, you can hear us. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll be coming to you. Thank you, Engineer Bam. Professor wants to say something to you. Go ahead.
Bam, I leave this to you now. Deal with Elizabeth.
So, okay, so as Prof is leaving, I want us to continue in the same vein that we are. I want to make this very practical. I want you people to leave this session knowing what it is that you can, that you must do, so that 4IR, 5Gs, and these technologies, as I spoke yesterday, we as Kenya have to and we must colonize the rest of Africa through technology, because the human capital, the human resources here, so we must use it. That is who we are, and that is what we must do. So I'm going to turn now slightly to Safaricom, and the reason I'm turning to Safaricom is this. So Safaricom, let me ask the audience a question, then I turn to you. Do you people think that the internet from Safaricom is expensive? Thank you. So now, we're speaking about 4IR, we're speaking about 5G. If your internet is expensive, what are we going to do?
All right. Yeah, that's a very loaded question that comes with preparation. I could get the laughter that came out of the crowd. But I think one of the things that you'll notice, and I think this question is very current, we at Safaricom are actually very responsive. Is it responsive? Will that be the right word? To the demands that we hear here today. And I'm happy to say that today we launched some price reduction in a campaign that is called Nyoosha Shilingi. If any of you have been able to follow even on Twitter and all these places, this campaign is actually giving more for less. And it actually speaks to some of the things that we see in terms of for us to spur this digital economy, then we have to make access, then this broadband or even calling more affordable to allow for more people to be able to do what they're supposed to actually to do. So today actually is a first in many. We did a launch for Nyoosha Shilingi, and I would ask that you continue reviewing some of the products that we've done in the product, in the price reduction exercise that has just been completed, and pick the packages that actually meet and actually speak to your demands. So thank you.
So we will give you a chance in the audience to ask everybody here questions, but if I may be allowed to defer to my co-moderator, Daniel Obam. Daniel, please tell us if you can hear us, and please speak so we can see if we can also hear you. So can you greet us, please, Daniel? Engineer Obam, can you greet us so we can hear if we can hear you on this side? And please unmute him.
Hi, Michael. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Thank you. Go ahead.
I was not aware I had a co-moderator, so you are giving me news, but because I joined late, maybe.
Okay. No. I was told that, so sorry about that. But please
My
contribute.
expectation was to have a panel for 5G. So from Communication Authority, we lost Angela Mola from GSMA and others. But please go ahead and ask me a question if you can hear me. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer. We will come back and we'll definitely get input from you, because you're extremely knowledgeable about many things that we continue to work on, especially about spectrum and other issues. But coming back into the room, we have another panelist who just joined us. So very quickly, if you could just introduce yourself, just tell us what you do and who you are, and then we will also incorporate you in our discussion on 4IR and in 5G, and how the people around this room can actually benefit from everything we're going to be having or saying within our discussion.
Thank you very much. My name is Louis Nakitare. I'm a wireless solution product manager for Huawei Technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Louis, for joining us. Okay, so I'm going to come back, and I want to defer back to the ladies in the room. And I will, first of all, because Safaricom has spoken, I'll just go to Engineer Migwala, then I'll also give you an opportunity to speak. What is it, Engineer, that, education has changed a lot. It's not what it used to be before. What should the young people in this room seriously be thinking and doing when it comes to education in relation to the 5G that you just gave a keynote on? If you can mention 3 things that you think may be very pertinent and very important, and they can already start doing from today.
Yeah, that's really not an engineering question, but yeah, so I was going to say that where technology is going today is, ICT is no longer an ICT sector. There is no such thing as ICT sector anymore. ICT, and particularly as we move to 5G, is an enabler. Okay, by an enabler, for the younger people, they say, it's what's going to allow you to do life. What is it that you want to do? And technology enables you to do it better. So I think if I was to speak to the young people, is you really need to follow your passion. Where is your interest? Okay, because if you pick something, you will do it for the rest of your life. So are you passionate about helping others? Is it health? Is it whatever profession you're pursuing? But like, I want to copy what the gentleman here said. It is that which you like plus technology. That's the first thing. Secondly, technology is no longer for technologists. There isn't such a person. It's how you use it. Okay, engineers, I don't even know if they're engineers, what we are doing anymore. Everybody's, I think, an engineer, because you create the solution for yourself. And I just want to give an example of Qualcomm. As you hear, we are an enabler. When you're talking about 2G, 3G, now we're talking 4G, 5G. It is very possible for you to create your own internet, the thing that is going to be on the internet. So are you interested in farming? Are you interested in education? Are you interested in health? Are you interested in music? What is it that you like to do? Technology does it for you. So that's the answer I would give.
Great. Please hand it over to her.
All right. So
I think for me, I'll pick from what he said, and it's about the lifelong learning. And I can tell you for sure from my own experience and in the space that I'm playing within technology, all those skills that you have today probably may not be relevant tomorrow. And that speaks to same to me. So every day I'm waking up, I know I have some skills that I'm probably able to sell to an employer and earn some living out of it. But every day I know things are changing very fast. And even with the fourth industrial revolution, technology is changing at a massive speed. So the things that are relevant today may not be relevant tomorrow. So your ability to learn really fast and be able to adjust to the changing environment will be very important as we go into the future. The other thing I would say is, maybe I would ask a question first. How many here have a smartphone? How many have a smartphone? The majority here have a smartphone. So we are living at a time when there's opportunity to learn anywhere, anytime. So most of the time, probably we are spending time on your smartphone, you're on social media, or, I don't know, watching some YouTube movie. I would challenge you, spend some time also learning. The skills are out here. Information, knowledge is available right now at your fingertips. So what you do with the time that you have at the moment, the skills that you're building are going to help you into the future and create a culture of learning, something new every day. It doesn't have to be something complicated. And I would say right now in the tech industry, we keep saying we have shortage of talent. I'm really passionate about tech talent because when you look at the market, we keep saying we have shortage of talent. But then every year we have hundreds of thousands of people graduating from universities. So what we are saying is the skills that we are what skills are we building to keep us relevant, to keep us employable? And it's a lot about the employment security that you create for yourself. And I'll just throw the challenge in here. For the skills that you're trying to get, try to get skills that cannot be automated. The future, even the present, is highly automated. So if there's skill that you're building that a machine can do, then try and look for a skill. Either you be the one automating, so get that skill to write the script to automate, or you change. And you don't have to necessarily be in a tech career. Even areas like art, those are areas that might not easily be automated in the near future, at least. So create for yourself some security around the skills that you create for yourself.
Thank you very much. Engineer Bam, are you there? Did we lose Engineer Bam, or is he still there? Engineer Bam.
I'm still very much here.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to ask you, government, where is government at when we speak about the fourth industrial revolution and 5G? Can you give us a status of where things are in terms of ensuring that these technologies can and will be rapidly deployed within our economy and within the country?
Mike, I'm not the government spokesperson, so I don't know whether I can answer your question correctly, but I'll talk about this from the work that I do on policy and on putting frameworks together to ensure that our country is connected to accelerate the digital transformation of our economy. Recently, we've developed the national spectrum policy, and within that policy, we've allowed for, we've provided for spectrum to be made available to be able to provide for connectivity in the new generation of wireless technologies. I don't speak for the Communication Authority, but I know that the Communication Authority is undergoing a consultation where they are developing a 5G roadmap. And this roadmap will basically inform the availability of resources to the that want to roll out the next generation technologies. So to answer your question, we have the national policy, which was adopted in 2020, which out a long view on how we can the spectrum policy available, facilitate connectivity using mobile. Because mobile If you look at the the first one is mobile parts, second is the third is innovation, and the fourth is improved development of assets. So the Spectra quality provides for a very clear way in which Spectra can be made available. 5G, I don't know whether this has been discussed, but the corporate has 5 pillars, 6 which includes the.
Okay, so I'm sorry, we just we'll just mute him for a minute as we're trying to sort out the technical problem from behind. So sorry, engineer, we're having issues listening to you properly. So we'll just mute you and we'll come back to you when we sort out our technical issue. So I'll ask the technical team just to mute him for a minute and we'll go back to him. Now this is the part that I love, and you didn't know I'm coming to people in the room. And I'm just going to pick you and I'm going to ask you to ask the panelists a question. So if you're not paying attention, we shall find out what you are doing. Okay? So I'm just going to walk up, I will call you, you will come here, and you must ask a question about something that we'll be discussing today. And I'm just going to go randomly. So I'm going to start off with that gentleman there. You, yes. Come here. And then I want to line up all the questions. That's question number 1. Question number 2, I would like to have the lady with the hat, Adidas hat. Please come with question number 2. Come and stand here. And then I want question number 3. I would like to have the gentleman there with the white t-shirt who was looking away. You, yes. Yeah, you. Come here. So this is it. We didn't come to Mombasa so you can hear us. We came so we could hear you. Okay? Let me make that very clear. And if you're not paying attention, now you're awake. So wake up. So please tell us your name and ask your question and direct it specifically to a panelist that is here. Okay? Please come down. The lady with the Adidas hat. Yes? Oh, she has a baby. So, well, let her be the lady next to her. Yes, the one taking water. Thank you. Come. Yes. Yes, you come. No, you come down. Or I'll come to you. Which one do you want? I'll come to you, then I'm coming to you. So, the 2 gentlemen. So, specifically to who? And ask your question. And so, introduce yourself.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Hussein Abdurazak. And this is just to confirm that the gentlemen in the house, we are listening, we are available, and we're going to answer your questions. Number 2, thank you so much, Mr. Nyango, for giving me this opportunity. A protocol observed. I had written the question before when you started talking. As somebody who does these trainings in school to prepare the youth and students in high school for what is coming in the 21st century, especially industrial revolution and the skills required in the 21st century. I've had this question for quite a long time, especially...
Question, please.
Yes.
What's the question?
The question, as you talk about 5G, how prepared are we for it? I'll break it down into 3. Number 1, educationally in schools, okay? We teach children that 5G is coming, AI is coming, but our education system, when you look at
you're
ICT,
a teacher. Straight to the point. What is your question? Okay?
Yes.
We're here to learn skills, okay?
Yes.
When you get important people, you make use of your time. What is your question? Number 1, what education skills you need? Number 2, question?
My question...
And then we're only asking 1 question, so 1 question, because other people must also ask. Which one do you want? Ask it quickly.
All right. My question is, how prepared are we as a nation and as a county in regards to 5G?
Thank
resource-wise,
you. Okay.
the question hasn't finished.
Yeah.
Resource-wise, educationally, and financially viable-wise.
Thanks. Who's your question directed to?
The question is, I couldn't direct it specifically to anybody, but...
So we'll direct it to the gentleman who has just joined us on the panel. Thank you very much. Have a seat. Mister, take the microphone. The lady here, come down. Yes, you. Yes, come with your question. Come. Come. Yes. You better be awake. If you're not awake, you're in trouble. Be awake. Yes. Come down. Yes. Oh, you just arrived. Come. Please, next question. Your question, please. Microphone. Give him a microphone. You better be awake. We came here so you can learn. We didn't come here for you to sit and just listen to us. Okay? Please go ahead. Your name and your question. 1 question only.
My name is Alexander Odongo. Good evening, guys.
Good evening.
I have 1 question. Even though it's a bit... but I'll just direct it to Alice.
Okay.
My question is that I want to ask Alice, what are they doing as a GON to support entrepreneurs?
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Please go to the lady behind you. No, this lady there. And please get ready. I'm coming back again, eh? It's an interactive session.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening. What's your name, please?
Sora.
Please put the microphone near you. Thank you.
Sora, and my question will be directed to Madam there. You said that there are a lot of opportunities in Safaricom. So maybe you can help us in accessing those opportunities.
Okay, fine. Thank you. So you'll start off with you, please. First, introduce yourself, your name very quickly and briefly, and answer the first question. And then we'll go in that way and answer the next questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My name is Peter Ngige Njoroge. I'm a spectrum engineer at Communications Authority of Kenya. And the first question that was asked was about how prepared are we on 5G with regard to education and all that. My answer to that is that the Communication Authority has developed a 5G roadmap. And within the 5G roadmap, one of the key facets of that is availability of spectrum. As we know, 5G is a wireless spectrum. And we have set aside...
What is spectrum?
Spectrum is...
Do you know what spectrum is? Thank you. What is spectrum?
Spectrum is the lifeblood of mobile communication. It is the frequencies that are used to transmit wireless information. So we have, as a regulator, we are the custodians of this spectrum. We allocate it and assign it and license it to various operators like the mobile operators and other data service providers. So one of our biggest tasks is to ensure that we have enough spectrum to allocate to both the mobile operators, data service providers, and also avail more for unlicensed services like Wi-Fi, because we know there'll be a lot of innovators who would be working on the Wi-Fi networks, and those Wi-Fi networks will have higher speed, higher capacity, and will be accessed ubiquitously everywhere, anytime. So we are looking at all aspects of that.
Ubiquitously. What is that?
Ubiquitous means everything, everywhere. So whether you are in the sea, whether you are in the forest, whether you are in a village, there'll be a spectrum, there'll be a wireless network everywhere you go. So that is our job. Also within the framework, we've started that trial networks and innovation sandboxes with vendors.
So a sandbox is, we take sand from the sea and we have a box to play with. What is a sandbox?
A sandbox is an innovation initiative between specific entrepreneurs and equipment manufacturers who come together to trial out different use cases and see what is best for them with regard to 5G. Thank you.
Yes, so what I'm trying to tell my panelists here is that half the time when we come to these places, people here don't understand anything you say. Yes or no? Yeah. So we need to really break it down. Otherwise, they come, they go, and they're more confused than when they came. So I have worked with young people for a very long time. Very, very long time. So I understand, and I've worked mashinani in the counties. Okay? So I do understand some of the things which you need to know. And once you have this information, it is amazing what you do and how fast and how quickly things change. And that's where we must be. Because we're in a global world and it's global competition. So if we don't equipping them properly, we're not getting anywhere. So there's a very specific question to you, Alice, in terms of entrepreneurship, and I'd like us to contextualize it and keep it in the framework of 4IR and 5G, because there's so much opportunity here, and if we get this right, as a people and as a country, no one will touch us, if you can understand what this is. So Alice, over to you.
Sure, and I'll be hopefully less jargony than I was yesterday. I already got some feedback on my entrepreneurship panel. So one, very much mentorship being key to entrepreneurship. We're launching that and hoping to grow that with role models of entrepreneurs across the county. Number two, we launched something called the Mombasa Entrepreneurship Resource Center for Youth, MERCY, which is a platform that connects all the incredible things that are happening to support entrepreneurs in Mombasa.
Can I just pause there for a minute? Is who amongst you are using Mercy? What she has just mentioned. Who knows Mercy? But who is using it? There's a problem with Connect. There's only one person. So I think it's important that we get feedback when we're here because we want to be practical about the things that we're doing. We're not just doing it for the sake of doing it. So it's not a criticism. I think you know where I'm coming from. So it's just that we need to retweak that so that it works and more people are actually onboarding. Please continue.
No, absolutely. And one of the main things is it has to reach, and this is a pet peeve I have myself, is that in general we talk about...
I think only about 4 of us understand what peeve means. So please explain that to everybody else.
Something that really annoys me, which is that 4IR and all of these machine learning, artificial intelligence, 5G, et cetera, usually really seems like an elitist program. And so what we really want to do, and this connects to this gap for Mercy specifically, is how do we take it down to the 560,000 young people that make up Mombasa County? You have to go and work where the young people are. And so this is what we're going to be doing with Mercy, with the mentorship program, and all of the activities we have. Number 3, access to markets. What is incredible around all of these platforms is the ability to find customers through a variety of e-commerce platforms, integration platforms. We're already doing this for the creative sector so that artists can put their stuff online and find the right customers through one integrated platform. I'll mention one more, which is, everyone knows this, which is so much of this artificial intelligence and again, machine learning depends on what? Data. Data. And I have to say, every time we get up here and people say, don't worry, the engineers will take care of it. I hate that because we need to be data literate. And young people must have this skill of data literacy because data is power. This is what we've been talking about for the last 3 years in Mombasa. Data is power. And young people need to take that power back to know what is going into these algorithms, the artificial intelligence data that's actually being used to generate a lot of the outcomes. So we are doing a training that's led by Ziri Issa, wherever he is, probably somewhere, in partnership with Close the Gap, in partnership with Ajira, Huawei, to train as many young people in Mombasa as possible on data gathering, data analysis, talking about what that data is. So when they look at what comes out of all this 4IR stuff, they can criticize it. They can understand what it means, and they can contribute and change a lot of the way that information is presented about themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, in the classroom, everybody always used to sit at the back. So those sitting at the back, I'm coming to you, just be knowing. But before I come to you, she's spoken about data. We had so many great knowledge banks who joined us today, and unfortunately, because our program was so squeezed, all of them cannot speak to us. But the Commissioner for Data is here, and I'm actually going to ask her, in the simplest terms, to explain to you what she does and why that data docket is so important within government and important to you as young people, because if we don't understand these things, then we're lost, and everybody who understands them comes and controls us. Are we clear? So, Commissioner, please, Karibu. Just a few, yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm struggling with my shoes, badly dressed for the occasion, but anyway, I see everyone is walking barefoot, so I'm in good space. Even when I joined this space, Michael, I was hearing a lot of jargon. 4G, spectrum, and I kept asking, oh my God, how will I ever learn? And I like the point, the agility to learn. You will not believe it. I am neither a techie, and 2 years ago, and to be specific, 2020 March is when I got interested in data protection. And today, I can tell you about data transfer, and even me about what jargon. Data transfer, cloud computing, oh my God. Anyway, Michael has given me a very few seconds to speak to you. I think it's exciting to be here in Pwani Week to have this conversation. What we do, I wish I could even speak Kiswahili. Unajua mara nyingi sisi nyinyi kama ma-innovator, unakaa kwa kona yako, unaanza kuuliza watu maswali ambayo ni yake binafsi, si ndio? Unamuuliza jina lake, unamuuliza anwali yake, si unaelewa anwali? Na anwali unamuuliza sio tu ile posta, pia pale anapoishi, si ndio? Unamuuliza majina ya mamake, majina ya babake, majina ya watoto wake. Unamuuliza majina, saa zingine hata kwa hospitali unaulizwa blood sample, si ndio? Na blood sample yako ikichukuliwa, si mtu anaweza kujua genetic yako. Sasa ile kazi tunayofanya katika data protection, tunatafuta jina ya data protection, ni kuhakikisha hayo mambo ya kila mtu binafsi inachungwa na inalindwa vilivyo. Kwa sababu ukiangalia katiba inasema ya kwamba kila mtu binadamu ako na haki ya yale mambo binafsi yanaweza kuchungwa na kulindwa. Isiwe ya kwamba mambo ambayo ni ya familia yako, majina yako, anwali yako, kule unapoishi, DNA yako, ni mambo ambayo watu wanazichukua, wanaitumia kwa vile wanavyotaka, wanauza, wanajitengenezea hela. Ni ya muhimu sisi sasa wakati huu ambao tunaanza kuongea maneno ya innovation, unafikiria vile wewe ukiinnovate. Hiyo majukumu lako kama innovator ni kuhakikisha majina na mambo yoyote ambayo ya mtu binafsi yamelindwa. Hiyo ndio jukumu yetu sisi kama data protection. Kuhakikisha nyinyi, mtu ambaye anaanza maneno ya innovation, analinda masilahi ya watu binafsi. Hivyo ndivyo eleza mambo ya data protection. Ili kukiwa na jambo ambayo mtu, tuseme ile tunaita data breach, ama mtu anakuja anachukua app yako, anachukua majina ya watu. So hiyo ni data breach, anatumia kwa njia ambayo haistahili. Hiyo inaweza sababisha mtu kuwa discriminated against. Ama identity theft. Hiyo ndio duniani pote watu wameanza kusema ni muhimu watu walinde na wakuwe na jukumu ya mambo ya binafsi yalindwe. Asante.
Thank you very much. So I'll go to the gentleman from Huawei because he hasn't spoken, and what I'll ask him to do is, I know the question was about opportunities at Safaricom, but I think let me expand this and let me ask him to answer about opportunities at Huawei and for young people and how can they get in. Okay, so please, if you go ahead.
Hi everyone. Can you ever make out unaniona? Thank you very much. Okay, we have very many opportunities. As far as, let me not just say 5G technology is concerned. By the way, when you think of 5G, just think of a very fast 4G. We begin from there. That will enable us to do A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Now the question I've been asked is, what are the opportunities in Huawei? But I can pose a question, what opportunities are we seeing? You see, when we were in the other tent, we saw some people winning some prizes. There's a competition that was ongoing. I think it was being handled by Michael from Huawei. We have we have what we call the HMTP programs, Okay, let me not say that. We have a person who normally deals with that. Just forgive me, but we have a lot of training opportunities. Sometimes maybe if you have your own innovations, you can bring them on board through Ian's team, you know, then they can forward it, and I think the PR team can handle that. But in Huawei, what I know is we learn, and we learn. And if you have an opportunity of working with us, you can grow to as far as you can go. I didn't want to answer your question directly because it's a PR related. Yeah.
So great. So he's answered the question that if you've got any innovations, you can take them to Huawei. But before you take them to Huawei, you pass through KP. And then from KP, that's when you go to Huawei. I'm Kenyan first, then, okay, the other things you can understand. Anyway, no problem. We have to keep time. We need to end this session within the next few minutes. So I'm just going to, oh, great. So now people, okay, I'll allow the questions. Please come. Everybody just come down very quickly. Make it very short. Just come up front. Yeah. Oh, wow. You see? Okay, so I have to allow the questions. And I beg just to be given a few more minutes so that we can deal with all the questions. Whoa. Okay, so just one. Please try and keep it very, very short. Okay, take another microphone. Can I get here? Okay, so we'll start off with you first. Your name and the question very quickly. Sorry.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rukia Janwala. It's not a question, but it's a comment directly to Alice.
Okay.
We have everyone in the panel that is talking about youth inclusivity and involvement in the youth opportunities, like what Huawei just talked about right now. Are we able to have all these people and most of the stakeholders be part of the mentors for the GOYN mentorship program? It doesn't have to be them specifically, but it could be people from their team committing to be part of that mentorship program. Thank you.
Okay, fine. So her request is that can people on this panel, not physically, but their team members, be part of the mentorship program, okay? Thank you very much for that. A round of applause for her. Yes, please.
My name is Alvin, and my question is 5G based in general.
Okay.
And, I had several, but since we're
just one, please. Okay, yes, yeah.
So
but everybody's here, so please kindly give everybody here time to speak to you. I'll always make that request. Thank you very much. Please go ahead with your one question.
Okay. During the start of 5G back some few years back, we saw like it had some negative impacts. Especially we saw how it impacted the environment. Like back in Canada, it used to like kill animals. So my question is, since it's coming here to Kenya, Africa, you know, Kenya is a tourism-based country. Are we assured like there's no negative impact in terms of animals in Kenya and also health-wise, we as humans?
Okay, so please keep that question in mind, and then I'll also just add something else. Apparently, COVID was caused by 5G. So let's also just, so I mean, we need to, yes, okay.
Yeah, my name is Evans. My question concerns about blockchain and the technology around blockchain.
Yes.
How we can be developers in Africa, how we can learn how to develop blockchains such as, because it's the cryptocurrency that now is becoming a trend in the world. So how can the education system can be put in a certain manner that we can learn about blockchain development?
Okay, great. I wish Professor Ndemo was here, but Philip will answer that. And blockchain and cryptocurrency are not the only thing. There is so much to blockchain apart from cryptos, eh? Philip, you'll take that. Please go ahead.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mumtaz, and my question is, there's some part of the place where we don't have the 4G.
Yes.
And we plan to have 5G all around.
Yes.
So how are you going to deal with this? The people
I
that
will
have not
take
received
that to the
4G?
regulator. Yeah, the regulator is here, so the regulator must answer that question. It cannot be a service provider, so the regulator will address that issue, please. Thank you.
For me, there's a friend of mine also who asked the same question.
Yes.
But yangu ni suggestion.
Okay.
So I would like to tuseme kama vile zile narratives that have come with 5G. I think you can come up with counter narratives. Maybe you use social media, like pop-in ads, ama zile ads katika social media to counter that.
Thank you very much. So we'll just go very quickly, and everybody just 3 minutes so we can keep in time. Thank you for your questions. I'll start off with the gentleman from Huawei, please. Wow. So people were actually, yes, after I said I was coming for them.
Hamjambo?
Hatujambo.
Mimi napenda kutumia lugha ya Kiswahili. Swali langu ni je,
Kwa muda mwingi tumeweza kujadiliana, kuongea maongezi, na nimeona tunaweza kuingilia watu ambao wana usomi na wamefika katika upeo wa juu. Je, wale wengine ambao hawajapata mafunzo watawezaje kujua ufahamu wa kuweza kuitumia 5G na kuweza kupata ufahamu wake?
Wow. Okay, Philip will answer that also, so we'll start off with you.
The 5G impact on the environment, it's a very interesting question. The gentleman from CA said that they are going to think of how they will use the unlicensed frequencies. And what are we doing right now? This wireless microphone is using an unlicensed frequency. Has the environment been impacted? No. So the thing is, people think that with very high frequencies, we'll have an issue. I've heard him say that somewhere it killed animals. I don't know how verifiable that information is. You know, we have a lot of information going around. You know, a lot of information going around. So is it verifiable? But the answer is no. 5G did not kill any animals. It is just a faster 4G. Secondly, before these standards are passed, before they are actually brought to the consumers, we have different bodies from ITU and so on and so forth. They go through rigorous tests to ensure that they are environmentally safety and human safety. So if you have been using Wi-Fi for a very long time, why are you surprised about 5G? You know, Wi-Fi, they're using the same range of frequencies, the spectrum with 5G. So I'm comfortable, I'm telling you with confidence that 5G has no impact on any environment, and you can quote me anywhere. To your question about 5G and coronavirus, we could discuss about a radio, an RF signal with cancer, but not with a virus. So there's no relationship between 5G and corona.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah. I like to also...
Sure. So, and then there's also the regulators here, so we'll also let them continue. Is there somebody here? Is there a question? No, I'm sorry if you don't mind. We're out of time, but everybody's here, so please, we'll allow you to interact with everybody, okay? Yes, please.
Yeah, I'd like to give an operator perspective to this question around the launch of 5G and all these other things about animals running away out of the zoos because of 5G and some of the comments that have been made here. If all of us remember, for a long time in the country, from Safaricom, we've been deploying wireless technologies. We've had a WiMAX network that we deployed way back in 2009. Now the spectrum, as you heard, these are the radio waves that we use to do transmission, to send information. We are using a spectrum that was under the 3.5 gigahertz. And this has been around for a very long time. We've done pilots in the market. We've done some soft commercial launches using the same spectrum. So, and I just wanted to underscore, this is a myth, and actually we need to debunk it. And the only way to debunk it is to give you the confidence that we already have some limited deployment of 5G networks using the same spectrum that we've been using for some of the other technologies that have come ahead of 5G. So be rest assured that your health is actually already thought out before even the licensing of this spectrum is actually done. So don't be scared if you catch a device with 5G and you come in an area that has 5G like here, please feel free to use it.
Thank you. Philip.
Good evening. I think I had two questions. One, I think is on blockchain. I think, again, another jargon. Just think about blockchain as being able to store information in a way that is easy, hard to hack, hard to change. So it's just a different way of storing information online. So forget the jargon. And so it simply means, because we live in a digitally enhanced world, that's how people want to secure information or secure, whether it's digital currency, and that's where you hear crypto. So I think just don't get lost in the jargon. How do you learn access that knowledge? We've launched 100 million learners. One of the courses is what we call a global majority course, and that's a course on global entrepreneurship and innovation. You'll never see that course anywhere, entrepreneurship and innovation. So we've been able to put that in a package, 20 units, 48 hours total. Each unit is 2 hours, which includes blockchain and cryptocurrency Anybody, as long as you understand English, you can learn it. Anyone.
So, repeat that again. So the course is how long?
48 hours in total.
48 hours in total.
If you want to binge watch. So anybody who's on Netflix, please binge watch on this one. Stop binge watching Netflix. Like seriously. And you come out with an accredited certificate on global entrepreneurship and innovation. Magdalene is a witness. We've done it in Eldoret. 200 people, 97% retention. It's ridiculous numbers. Anybody, as long as you speak English, learn English, you can do it. In December, it will all be translated in Kiswahili. If you don't speak English, it will be in Kiswahili. So you have no excuse.
Okay, so Ravenous disappeared. Okay. Yeah, so how to access the course. So this is
100 million learners.
100 million learners. So what we're going to be doing is that we're actually going to be working together with Mahmoud here so that we can possibly set up a way in which people can be able to learn this program here. Those are some of the things we're already working on. So we can have a physical location where you can come and learn these courses. It is something which is in the pipeline, we're discussing, and we're trying to get that rolling out for everybody here. I was asked to end at 5:45. It is 5:46. I want to thank my panelists. Can we give them all a round of applause?
Last question.
Sorry, last question. So very quickly, yes.
Yeah, there was the question a lady asked about coverage.
Yes.
Of 4G vis-a-vis 5G.
Right.
So the regulator has imposed coverage obligations for all the 3 mobile operators within their licenses. That is for the 4G. And for Safaricom, who have started rolling out 5G, the same have been imposed.
Wewe. Eish. Hatari kabisa. Haisa kubali. Wapi makofi jamani ya Texas.
Asanteni sana.
Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much.
kupita matukoko banana. Mimi nayo basi tunapatana. Hapo nyuma nasikika mnafanya. Wanyonye, 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 wanyonye. Niko complain na kajongezo wazee. Shika iko kama brana uwaze. Ili manyana, ili manyana, ili manyana kwa kizile za gai, 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 gai. Ya mikopo sikwenda.
Alright, asanteni sana jamani. Wapi ndio take us?
Very much, a very young and talented MC CJ. Thank you very much for hyping this. And by the way, remember that Takers were the winners of the Pwani Got Talent 2019. Kama mmesahau wao ndio walikuwa ni washindi, and it's nice to see the growth and also the inclusion of the little boy is such a breath of fresh air. Makofi kwa kijana mdogo. Thank you very much. So now it's the next panel, climate action for sustainable growth. Which will happen here, will not go to the arena. So I'd like to call upon Dr. Catherine Mbaisi, the Acting Deputy Director, Environmental Education and Awareness. Kindly you can proceed to the stage as the moderator of this particular panel. I'd also like to call upon Dr. Anna Omambia. Okay, she's not here. Jasper Maranga Omwenga. Thank you very much. The Principal Environmental Research Officer at Environmental Planning and Research Coordination Department at the NEMA headquarters. Mamo, Boru Mamo, she's also not here. Of course, we have a representative who is representing Dr. Godfrey Nato, the County Executive Committee member for Environment at Mombasa County. Director, karibu sana to the stage, representing the CECM. Mwanasiti Bendera, also not there. Binti Vyombo. Binti Vyombo. Okay, thank you very much. Then I think that's pretty much the entire panel. So Dr. Catherine Mbaisi, over to you so that you lead us through this particular panel. I can see someone online. I'm not sure, is there a panelist as well? Okay, thank you. Kindly over to you. Ningeomba tutulie so that we can be able to partake of this panel. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody. We are having this panel late in the evening, but we are so happy that we have such an opportunity to be able to have this conversation. I want to take this opportunity also to thank the organizers of this event, of this beautiful event. I also want to thank all the people who have supported this event. And we are very grateful as the National Environment Management Authority to be part of this conversation and part of this event. I also want to take this opportunity to convey the regards of the Director General, Mr. Mamo, B. Mamo. I think you have heard his name being mentioned. He was not able to join us here because of the other pressing assignments. But we are here, we will be able to represent him and be able to respond to you may have. We're here this evening to talk about climate action, and you waiting to see all the young people in the house, to see the involvement that you have shown today, to see your innovations, and to just see the great talent that you have all displayed, and that gives us a lot of hope and a lot of joy to all of us. We are here just to go straight to the topic. I think we have and we have. I also know that we have Dr. Mambia, who is away in another assignment, but she will join us online. Dr. Mambia, if you can hear us, please be on standby. In case we have any issue, we shall call upon you to respond. Dr. Mambio is our coordinator for climate change, but she's away attending a global event. If I just start from my left, I will just give this opportunity to Mr. Omar to introduce himself before we go straight into the discussion. Omar, please.
Good evening. I'm called Abdul Salam Omar from County Government of Mombasa, Department of Climate Change. I'm very privileged to get this opportunity to be in this panelist. I hope we shall cooperate until the end of this exercise.
Dr. Mwenga, please.
Hamjambo. Omwenga. I work with the NEMA in a department called Environmental Planning and Research Coordination. I also deal with climate change matters.
Thank you, Dr. Mwenga. John, kindly, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, good evening. My name is John Wafula. I work at NEMA in a section that deals with climate finance, specifically dealing with the Adaptation Fund program and programs to do with Green Climate Fund. And I look forward to listening to your innovations and how they can help us to address the climate emergency. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Next we have Abdul Tapman. Abdul, if you can hear us, please kindly introduce yourself. You're online. We are sorry to keep you, yes? We kindly have your attention. I think we will be very brief to the point because we are starting our discussion very late in the evening. I think we are all aware of what is happening globally with regards to climate change. We are aware that climate change affects all sectors of the economy. It affects everything that we do. And we're also holding this discussion in a season where we are also having a lot of discussions global issues. Remember, we have just celebrated the what we call the United Nations Environment Assembly. And also we have just celebrated UNEP at 50 just in about 3 weeks ago. And one of the issues that we were looking at are some of the issues that are affecting us, the issues of pollution. We are looking at the issues of climate change. We are looking at the issues of nature and biodiversity loss. We are looking at the issues of the circular economy. And the whole General Assembly of 193 states were discussing and looking at actually about 17 resolutions. And one of the great achievements in that whole assembly is the whole issue of coming up with a global instrument to address issues of plastic pollution. And we are here today at the coast where we have the issues of plastic pollution. We have cases of our turtles being affected by plastics, fish ingesting plastics. And we are seeing a lot of research seeing that the plastics are now getting into our food chain. The other issue brings us home is the issue of climate change. And that's why these people are here. We have the Paris Agreement, the Kyoto Protocol, and all these big names that are discussed globally. They are affecting us. But today, we would like to bring all these issues home. These global instruments that have been agreed at the global level, how are we as government implementing them? How are they affecting us? What are we doing about them? And more so, as young people, what can we do? Can we be part of that conversation? And to be able to just unpack that for us, we have first Dr. Omwenga. Maybe briefly, can you tell us what kind of global instruments do we have? And as a country, what have we done about them? And more so, what opportunities do these young people in this room have in taking part in that conversation, in taking part in implementing those global agreements?
Thank you, Dr. Catherine. I start by asking whether you've heard about climate change. I hope everyone in the room has heard that the climate is changing. It is changing, and in most cases when we talk about climate, the way it manifests itself, how we can be able to tell that the climate is changing is through the increased temperatures. The increased temperatures, now, these are not stories. We have a body of the United Nations called the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Now, in that convention, we have scientists, and I insist that we have scientists, researchers drawn from all over the world, highly learned. And these people, that body within IPCC, that is an intergovernmental panel on climate change. Those are scientists now. Now, they look at the latest science, they look at the latest knowledge that exists world over about the trends of climate. They measure the temperatures using the best available technologies, best available data that is available globally. And they are able to tell us that the mean annual temperatures, they continue increasing. The temperatures are increasing, and they are telling us, those scientists, they are high learned, as I've told you, they are well equipped, they are using the best available science. They are telling us when temperatures increase, even with a with a very small fraction, a 0 point something, it has very serious implications to our lives, to our livelihoods. And so if the temperatures continue rising, then they now manifest themselves through what we are seeing here. We now see floods that we've not seen before. We are seeing prolonged droughts that we've not seen before. We are seeing many other things which are new. In fact, these scientists are also even attributing the virus that has just worked on us to climate change, but studies are ongoing. New things are coming up. And what I want to say that, there is the most recent report, which they released last month. That is in the month of February, again, using the latest information, latest technology, analyzed through data obtained world over. And they said that these impacts are now becoming more frequent, and they're likely to become more frequent. They're going to be very severe. But something else that they are saying is that they are coming with what we call compound extremes. That is, you find all these disasters taking place within one region. one in Mombasa, you can have floods around this place. Within the same country, you have extreme droughts, and then, they continue recurring or following some sequence. So the thing is, the climate is changing. Now, what I want also to say is that this problem of environmental change, which is now affecting us, was recognized several years back, that is as early as 1983, when the commission, Brundtland Commission, was formed in 1983, and then they came up with the report. This report said that if we continue developing without taking care of the environment, then we are going to eliminate ourselves. Now, coming to today's function, youths here, the thing is Pwani Innovation Week. Now, that report told us that, we must develop, but then develop sustainably. That we look at development, which we are developing, when we talk about 4G, 5G, when we talk about the fourth IR, industrial revolution, that is, we're in the fourth, generation? Okay, we are at another level of industrial revolution. Now, that is development, and we need it. We need to develop. We are asking for employment. We are talking about increased productivity. Then we are saying that as
Sauni, whatever the area you are living, just know that you are surrounded by water mass. If maji yakirise half a meter, Mombasa is a forgotten county. Entire of Mombasa will be submerged with water. So this conversation is very key. Beside whatever the development we are thinking, but if you don't pay attention with the action that we do, it means in the 10 years to come, we shall not have a county called Mombasa. Even Kilifi, even Kwale, those are surrounded by water mass. So basically, you realize any advancement that we are thinking without putting consideration, environmental governance and management, that's a zero work we are doing. So coming now to what county are we doing in regards to climate change, with the devolved function, one of our mandate as county government is to manage waste, and one of the key function in managing waste is the collection, transportation, and disposal. Number two, county have a mandate to manage ungazetted forest. When I say ungazetted forest, it's not mangrove, but the other forest which is not gazetted. So as county government, because hatuna space, we don't have space for planting more trees, we have designed to have the urban forestry, the one that you see along the town. So that is the urban forestry whereby magari ni mingi, yana emit sana, so we need to have green vegetation to make sure that we absorb so much carbon that has been produced. At the same time, some of the opportunity that we are opening as county government, beside the mangrove, is not a gazetted, it's not under our mandate, but we have adopted so many sites within the mangrove Chuda Creek. And what we do as county government, we have groups on the ground that are managing those types of resources. So whenever we want to do planting, we normally buy those seedlings from them. And you can imagine, like 5,000, for example, if you plant 5,000 seedlings, so the least you can buy it is 50 bob. So you can imagine if any person goes and do planting, the group you can say 5,000 times 50 bob. That's a lot of money the group is getting just through mangrove restoration. And the mangrove, the advantage of mangrove is different from the types of trees tuko nazo. Zina self-sustaining. Ukieka inajipanda wenyewe. You don't need to monitor it. You just monitor it if it has failed or if it has succeeded. So if it has failed, you replace it. So the nursery is very easy to have. So hizo groups are easy na benefit from different stakeholders that we go to them. So like last year, we planted 100,000 seedlings with the partnership with Equity Bank. So the group got 2 million from Equity through planting of mangrove. So you can imagine they have used less effort, but they're getting good money in terms of investment. Basically, the mangrove restoration we are doing at a very high speed, because sisi kama we don't invest, mangrove is the only savior for Mombasa.
Capacity, especially
already benefited one from adaptation fund. We are in the process of initiating the development of the second phase of 10 million USD. And I think this will be an opportunity for us to engage to see how do some of your ideas, your innovations can be part of that Kenyan program, so that we can be able to fund some of these things. So we have 10 million USD out there that we can, all of us working together, we can be able to access, so that we take some of these ideas that you have to the next level. Under the adaptation fund also, they have an innovation facility, and it has two parts. They have a small innovation grant of up to 250,000 USD. I don't know how much Kenya shilling. That is 2.5 million. That you can use to test ideas, products, and so on, to see how they can be upscaled. So we have that facility, and you can only access that facility through NEMA. So working with you, if you have an idea, we want to really encourage you to talk to us, and then we see how we can be able to tap into this innovation facility. Each year we have 2 opportunities to present our proposal, innovation. So up to 250,000 USD. That's a small grant. It's a grant, it's not a loan. Then we have a large innovation grant, which goes up to 50 million. And this grant will now help you to upscale whatever you have done during your trials. If the idea is very good and you want to upscale, then you have an opportunity to source for financing from the adaptation fund up to 5 million USD. That's like 500 million, half a billion. It's not small money. And that is money that's again available to us. So this money out there, it's up to us, but the idea has to be so good, it has to be innovative, it has to solve a climate problem. So that's an opportunity. Then the second thing that, or a second fund that we run at NEMA is called Green Climate Fund, and this is one of the biggest climate finance mechanism under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and also now serving the Paris Agreement. This one has a number of financial instruments that you can access. They have grants. NEMA is accredited to the Green Climate Fund, and you can access grants up to 10 million USD per project. And there is no limit as to how many projects we can do, so long as each project, the cap is 10 million USD. We have last year managed to get our first project online, and we are looking forward to developing other projects. And we are looking for these fantastic ideas that we can then be able to package and sell to Green Climate Fund, and this grant financing of up to 10 million USD. And in the scheme of things, that is actually a micro project. The other level is a small project, which is between 10 and 50 million USD. Then the medium is between 50 and 250 million. 250 million. And then large projects are 250 million. This is US dollars, not Kenyan money, please. Now, the difference between the GCF and the Adaptation Fund, one is that the Green Climate Fund has a variety of financing instruments other than the grants. They have concessional loans. It means if you want to develop your business idea to, in a commercial sense, you can still be able to get concessional loans from Green Climate Fund to do your project. That's why we are talking about big money, like 250 million USD. I don't know how much Kenyan money that is, but it must be a lot of money. Yeah. They also have equity. In other words, you can partner with them, that you have this idea, then they can become partners in your business. So they provide equity financing also, and then they provide guarantees for you to be able to commercialize your ideas. So those are some of the very, very important avenues that we can share with you, and we hope to take this discussion forward so that we can be able to go into details on how we can be able to access this financing. And this financing is there for us, especially for developing countries, because the argument is the developing countries are not responsible for climate change. Our emissions are so minimal, and yet we suffer the most consequences. So there is transfer of resources from developed countries to developing countries to help us to cope, to adapt to the climate change, and also be able to contribute towards mitigation. So there are resources out there, but we have to be innovative, we have to be aggressive, and we can give our assurance that we are there to work with you so that we see that we are able to tap into some of these resources. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. At least you want to clap for him? Yeah, go ahead. Thank you so much. Maybe, I don't know whether I can take one question from the panel, from the audience.
That's okay.
Okay, thank you. Let me stand so that because of time, there's one hand that, here. Another one?
There's also one hand.
Oh, yes.
Two, actually.
I will not ask him. Two. So let me, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let me take the five first, and then we can go on. Please make your question straight and short.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mulki Muhammad, and my question is, as a scientist, you said you have scientists who they can analyze the data. Yeah, how do you ensure that the trees are not being affected? Because trees, when they are dry, they conduct electricity. How do you ensure that? Because trees, they help us. They remove the carbon dioxide. And how do you ensure that they can be conserved and also trees are safe?
Thank you. I hope Dr. Mwenga, you got that question. Thank you.
For me, my question is, by the way, I hate we're being called a developing country. I don't like it. And then what kind of regulations have you kept in place so that you can control the greenhouse gases? Because at the same time, tunaona pia hizi magari zinatoka from the developed countries coming to our country. At the same time, they emit these gases. Then the second thing, in terms of the policy, my question is, was there participation, public participation? Was there legitimacy? Was there inclusivity? So those are my questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So just one more question. But I've had a lot of numbers today, a lot of funding. I don't know if I was the only one who was shocked. I was just listening to those numbers. That money is available really. It was just, you're just saying. I wanted to confirm that. So the other question is, there's also this thing called circular economy or circularity, where the aspect of upcycling, reusing things. Does the government also provide funds for that? Because I think this is also directly, not to a great extent affecting climate, but to some level, the youths can adapt and create opportunities in upcycling or in circular economy. Are there also funds for that? Thank you.
So my question is simple. Which one of your grants can an innovator who's here start off with, and you can support immediately.
So, hi. So I have this question. I wanted to ask how you've been able to implement all these laws, the recycling laws, the plastic laws, and your thoughts on the responsibility put on consumers, such as recycling and of carbon footprints. Yeah.
My name is Shazmin Kasam, and my question is on the effects of mangrove forests to the health sector. So, as you said that mangrove helps the climate a lot, and I agree to that. But we shouldn't forget that the mangrove swamp is a home to 96 species and more, among them being the marine amoeba and the mosquitoes. We already know that Mombasa as a county is facing a challenge when it comes to the diseases such as diseases caused by the mosquitoes. So what measures are there to make sure that as much as the marine swamps population is increasing, the health sector is not affected as such?
We have another question.
Thank you, and Abdullah, hope you are online. You can join us. I want to give the first question on the first question on tree planting.
Tree conservation.
Yes,
isn't
yes.
it?
To Bwana Omar.
So I didn't get the question well, but
Okay.
I think is it geared on what efforts are we doing for tree conservation? Am I picking the question well?
Dr. Mambia, did you, Omwenga?
Oh, scientist. Yeah.
Can I redirect that question to Dr. Mwenga because of the scientific nature of the question? That if you picked it? Okay.
The first question was about scientists whom we said are there, and they're using the latest available science. And so, if I got you well, have they identified the role of trees in addressing climate change? Now, climate change as a problem, I think what didn't come out very clear is that you deal with it in two ways. The first one is through mitigation actions. Mitigation actions meaning that ways to reduce the amount of greenhouses already in the atmosphere, or reducing the emission of these greenhouses from various sources. So one of the mitigation measures, which also come with another benefit, is through encouraging tree planting, because it's a way that can be able to remove carbon dioxide, and actually carbon dioxide, which is the major greenhouse gas, from the atmosphere. So scientists have been able to prove that when we increase the vegetation cover, when we plant more trees, then they go a long way, or they assist very much in removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So that one has been proven by these scientists that we talked about. Maybe I combine it with the last one about the mangroves. The mangroves, now look at, he told you about what can happen to Mombasa as a county, which is your home. I don't know whether you have another home elsewhere. If climate change now causes irreversible impacts, one of the impacts the potential impact is the sea level rise. That this water now comes beyond where it is. If it comes even an inch, some meters, then even this place where we are, you will not be there. It will be submerged. So what he's saying is that let's take every available opportunity to ensure that the temperatures do not rise, and then they cause sea level rise. One of the ways he has told you is through planting the mangroves, which can be able to remove carbon dioxide. That's a mitigation measure. And then as you plant, also there are benefits which come with it. There are other benefits that come with it. The home even to those various other species. I'm sure not all species are harmful to you. You singled out mosquitoes, but did you talk about maybe the fish, which prefer such areas? That is, I'm sure that it is their breeding ground, and they break the strength of those waves that come from the sea, etc. So see mangroves as being very important for your being here in Mombasa, for your being here at home. Otherwise, you will be forced to move out of this place. Thank you.
Maybe just to add.
Yes, yes.
Just to add on the question, mosquito don't breed in marine environment. But mosquito, we have two types of mosquito, whereby there's one mosquito that breed in dirty water, which is called malaria. And then we have another mosquito that causes chikungunya, dengue fever. They breed in a clean, potable water. Mfano uko na maji ya fresh ama ya borehole, ni masafi, lakini you have not covered them. The mosquito that causes dengue fever, chikungunya, will breed in a clean water. Wewe unaweka maji safi, ukiacha wazi, wana breed hapo, wana cause ugonjwa. So the mosquito that breed cause malaria, mara nyingi inakuwa mahali maji doesn't run well, mahali manyasi hayaangaliwi vizuri, ni kuchafu, ama mahali watu wamefanya dumping site. Na by the way, sisi toka tuanze mambo ya kudeal na issues za illegal dumping, we have closed like 168 illegal dump sites in Mombasa. So this is something. So awareness is mosquito doesn't breed in a marine environment, but mosquito breed either in a stagnant water or in a clean potable water. So these are the areas that mosquito normally breed. Mangrove amesema, but just to add, the research has been done. One mangrove tree species has a capacity to absorb 10 times carbon than one terrestrial plant. For example, if I have a one mango tree and I have 10 mango trees, is equivalent to one mangrove in terms of carbon absorption. This is research. That's why mangrove is a very important species and ecosystem that we should not take it for granted. Beside it being our barrier, but also it has a 10 times capacity to absorb carbon compared to the terrestrial plant that we have. So, and currently Chuda Creek took roughly 3,300 hectares of mangrove. Ukicombine na Portrees Creek ambayo itakuwa affected na lapset, but currently tuko na 3,700 hectares of mangrove. But ile ya Portrees Creek kwa sababu ya port expansion itakuwa affected, and we have nothing to do, but we are only going to remain with Chuda Creek. And so you can imagine, na ukienda huko bado still kuna hiyo msitu iko na capacity ya kuabsorb even 10 million seedlings of mangrove of current. So na inakatwa kila siku na so basically it's a very important ecosystem that we need to research more. And I myself have done research in mangrove, so ethnobotany of mangrove, the social value.
Thank you so much, Bwana Omar. Yes, there is a lot that is going on mangrove research. I know that in the region, by the way, we have some of the best scientists here who have research ability to do on money. John, you talked a lot of figures. Are they available? And which one is readily available for innovators to start with? If I got the question right. Yes.
Yes, you did. That money exists, all right? That's my first response. But you have to look for it. It's project financing. It means you have to develop a project. You have to convince them that this project works. It sorts our problems, right? It meets a certain criteria. So the money exists, and we have already tested that money, right? In Coast here, under the Adaptation Fund, we are working with the CDA, and we are doing a lot of work in mangrove in Vanga, and this other place, I don't remember the name, and also doing a lot of coral reef rehabilitation in Wasini, and a bit of shoreline stabilization in Yimbo, and so on. Using the same adaptation fund, we had 1 billion shillings, which we are just completing, and we want to look for another billion. And that's why we want you to be partners, so that when we do the next program, your idea can find its space in that national program. So that money exists, but you have to look for it. It's not money that you are going to be given. It's not money that sits in NEMA. NEMA facilitates the process. We'll work with you to develop the proposal, the concept, wherever it is, up to the approval, and then we see how to proceed. So it's really up to you. Now, in terms of which money is available again, there is no money that is sitting at NEMA. But for people who are in innovation, I talked about 2 grants. The small grant, which helps you to test ideas, basically get evidence of what works and what doesn't work. That is an easy thing for you to get. And then it's 250,000 USD. And after that, if your idea works, then we are talking about upscaling. Then we can go for the 5 million USD for you to be able now to upscale the idea. And Abdul was talking about very, very interesting ideas. I hope we can be able to continue that conversation with him. Some of his ideas are ideas that are already zimeiva. So it's for us now to take them to the next level and see whether it can work for our region. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one issue before I come to Abdul. Quickly, Bwana Omar, the issue of public participation when you are making the laws. How is it? Are these laws participatory in development? Yeah.
Yeah.
Briefly.
Constitutionally, you cannot do any law without doing public participation. So that is mandatory. So the policy that I was talking about, it was involving different stakeholders across, even outside Kenya. Beside not even Mombasa, Nairobi, and even outside Kenya, academia, groups at grassroots level, technical expertise, NGOs. We have worked closely with several NGOs in our policy development. So it was participatory, and as I was saying that the dimension that if you go and see our policy, you also see some of the contributors that contributed to our policy development. So it was participatory, but we cannot say that we shall reach everyone, but you identify, no, you need to have a stakeholder mapping. Then in your participation, make sure that that stakeholder mapping guide you, who is very key to give his opinion. But it's not too late. You can also visit that policy, and also you can give your comment. So it doesn't mean that there is a final policy, it cannot be revised. So basically this is something that, and also just to add, even county government, they are going to benefit the Finance Locally Climate Change Action Plan, FLOCA. So Mombasa County, we are one of the beneficiaries. So the finance will come direct to county government. Then from there, the intention is, the condition is county government are just to observe, but the implementers are community. So I think by 2023, we are going to start investment in climate change, but condition that the community themselves are the one to do this project, not county government. So this is just an additional opportunity for us.
Thank you very much. I can see the hands going up, but I think we need to close. I need to get the comments. Maybe Mr. Abdul, your last comments, and how do this forum get in touch with you? How do we get to network with you? As you give your last comments.
Sure. Yes, so thank you again. We have so much opportunity to make positive change that with lasting effects that will help not only us now, but future generations, because, you know, like this whole program is all about the youth, because it's not about us now, it's about how do we become sustainable for our own future and our future generations. So I'm available via email. You guys have my the program has my contact information, so, you know, feel free to get in touch with me. I'm happy to answer any questions or help partner, or, you know, with whatever you need. I'm readily available and willing to help. And we need to take the time to take this seriously, because climate change, regardless if you think it's real or not, it's real, and we don't have a choice to not address it. I know that we're already putting in the work, but we have a lot of work still to go. But with the technologies that we have in development right now, as well as with the technologies that we have available to us now, we can start the process, and we can continue the process going on and implementing new technologies with smart hubs, smart cities, smart communities. But we have to just think towards the future. We can't think of now. We have to think long term.
Thank you so much. Let us not just think about now, let us think about generations to come. Let us think in a long-term way. Dr. Mwenga, in a second, your closing remarks.
In a second, what I want to say is that he has mentioned about FLOCA, locally led initiatives. They'll have the money, but now how do you access the money? Your idea at the lowest level, this is what I want to do for my county. How do you package that in a proposal? My colleague John has also talked of those funds. Now, how do you access the money? He has said that you package your idea. Now, I challenge this institution, Swahili, just the way that colleague from Arizona University said that is sponsoring or they have an opportunity for young people to learn some course. Organize also something here on proposal writing, so that all these youths, I can see, the willingness and the determination for them to get something by them staying up to this hour to listen to us. So just teach them on how to access these funds through proposal writing. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. Bwana Omar, please, your last remarks in a second also.
Mimi ningesema, my last remark is we are open to everyone. Tuko wazi mikono yetu, so whoever want to partner with us, you're very welcome. Na mambo ya climate change tusiachukulie kwa kudharau, kwa sababu yatatuathiri kimaisha yetu na pia kiuchumi, na all the investment that we are doing here, kama climate change hatutotilia maanani, itakuwa ni isa zero work and isa zero investment that we have done. So munakaribishwa county government, you are very welcome. Na mukiwa na pia activities zenu, you can also invite us to be part of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bwana Omar. John, your second?
My second is The opportunity to address climate change is fast closing. This decade is going to be extremely important, and your innovations are going to be extremely important for us to address climate change. If we lose this decade, we are going to lose the planet. So let's get to work. There are resources for us to address the climate change. We are available to give any guidance. Please, let's continue the conversation after this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all the panelists for your time. Thank you, Abdul, and for your patience. I know we have kept you on standby for some time, but thank you all of you for sharing your ideas and for being open. Mine is to ask everybody to join in this conversation. There is so much that is going on. Let us not be left out. This year, we have so many activities. It's the decade of ecosystem restoration. And the issue of climate change is really key. It's important. So let's join the conversation. Let's do something. Let's do something. Let's plant that tree. Let's keep that environment clean. Let us engage. Call us. These people have said they are willing. Call them. We also have very many people who can support you. They may not give you money, but they have a lot. The issue of technology transfer, the issue of what can we do. Let us join the conversation and make a difference. So God bless you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for this panel, led by the very able Dr. Catherine Baisi, Climate Action for Sustainable Growth. I think the message is out there and the jury is out there as well for the young people. John has said this is the generation that needs to wake up, otherwise they will sleep after that. So I think you have to take that home and relearn everything that you have learned and start making a change when it comes to climate action. Thank you very much. A round of applause as they leave the stage. Asanteni sana. And I think at that point, this will be the last panel for us today, but I'd want to remind you that we are having a networking event that is coming up shortly, which is the Ndoto Halisi Night, which is happening here. And so kindly enjoy the music and remember that is the session that is coming up next. Thank you very much. For those who are leaving, we'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Thank you for being an awesome audience today and being able to vumilia mpaka sasa hivi. Thank you very much and good night for those ones leaving. Lakini wale wako, kindly Ndoto Halisi Night is coming up next. Thank you. Kindly remember that if you're leaving tomorrow, we are here at 8 a.m. Tomorrow we are starting very early, so kindly make it a point to get here at 8 a.m.
what they're saying makes sense.
But sasa ndo tuhalisi wa
Sure. Alright. Asante sana DJ. Jamani, kuna news imekuja. Naomba maki hapa setting inaenda kufanyika. Kwa hivyo sote tunaenda kule juu. Sote. Yaani stage yote iko empty, tuende kule juu. Tafadhalini, acha ichukue kama 5 minutes hivi. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, twende.
Yeah? How was it today? Honestly, exhausting but fulfilling. It's so crazy to realize that this is day 2. We've been planning for about like a month or 2 months. And in the morning we were sitting and realizing that it's ended. Basically, it's day 2, it's a wrap. So we're looking forward to day 3. But overall, it was so successful. We couldn't have done it without any of us. It's a whole team. Big shout out to you guys at Genetics for covering the whole event. Yeah, all around it was awesome. Were your expectations met in terms of what the mentors said and the turnout of the people? I think they were over-met because we had estimated a certain amount of people to come, but we ended up having a bigger crowd yesterday and even a bigger crowd today. So overall, it was like expectancy numbers were so good. Attendance of the sessions, I think you saw that. There were a number of people in all the sessions. No session had empty seats. So I am a happy host. What about tomorrow? What's in store for people? Ooh, what's in store for people? So I know the Heritage panel is happening tomorrow. There's a creative panel, so a lot of familiar faces for many of the youth. We also have the gala dinner at night, so we should look forward to that. Some formal attire, some class and grace pictures. So still a lot in store. A lot in store up until PGT on Thursday. So Pwani Innovation Week is still here to stay. Thank you so much. Karibu. That was Balkis, of course, a part of the crew, telling us definitely what was happening today and if the expectations were met or not. Now, there is so much that has been discussed. Yeah, among them the 5G and innovation and the funds that revolves around the government, or rather the corporates that are giving these funds for youth. A lot has been told, and also youths have been told on how to get this money. And I'll just take you through just a few things that I have part with, and one of them is that youth should have the learning agility. What does that mean? The ability of you to want and learn things that were not taught in school, so that you mentor other people and other people can mentor other people. That is the way to grow as people who are interested in innovation, art and technology right here at Swahili Pot. And something else that the youth have been told, that is, if you really want these funds and you are a startup, just make sure that your project is known. Go there, pitch wherever the money is at, pitch. Make sure that you have told these people enough reasons as to why you should get this money. They say the money is there, it exists, but you have to look for it. From me today, my name is Caroline Suma. We are working with Gilitix Media. Remember to follow this conversation live. The event is taking place tomorrow as well. Tomorrow is the 3rd day. We are live on social media pages, Facebook as well as Twitter and as well as YouTube. That is. Remember also, this event would not have been possible without different sponsors, among them being the county government of Mombasa. Thank you so much. Red Cross, thank you so much. NEMA, we have Kenya National Chambers of Commerce and Industry Mombasa chapter. So many were here. So many have sponsored this event, and definitely I can't consume all of them, and for that my apologies, my sincere apologies. I would leave for the next session to come in. That is people just getting to know one another, and from me and from Gilitix Media as well. Good night.